What up? I know how to use this motherfucker right here. This used to be my baby right here. For real, for real. We'll see what happens. I probably won't go live very long on this, but we'll see what happens though. This is a whole nother one, Ryan. All right. How do I fucking how do I can you how do I pin this? I'm just gonna put that there for now. Where's my camera? There I am. I don't know, man. It's fucked up right now. We're back for the first time, right? Nah, it's fucked up. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened to it. Obviously, some bullshit. It worked when Ryan texted me. It worked. But yeah, I don't know how much I like this and how much I really don't feel like doing this, to be honest. You got me, Tim. Not wrong. It's the black. I have no idea, brother. 777. Nah, this one's StreamYard and shit. I need to get on OBI though. Yeah. Keeks, what up? Yeah, I'm on StreamYard. I don't like it. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to fucking use it. I mean, I do, but like, I do know how to use it, but like, I don't know how to use the chat and shit. I can play music like this. Check it. For now, I got shit like this. If I wanted to do an intro, I could have came in like this. But my favorite one used to be this one. So I could have this on while we're talking. So yeah. Oh no, I know how to use it. I've been rocking this shit forever, yo. I know how to use StreamYard Geeks. I'm just old school. Ryan doesn't understand it like I do. Oh man, I've been using StreamYard forever, yo. He said now I'm freestyle mode. I know that's how I get Dougie after a minute. Yeah, Keeks, I know how to rock out StreamYard. I didn't know how to do the OBS one. Now that one was a little more difficult. But this one was cool. I've always done this one. Hunter owes you a phone, right? Hopefully it'll be alright though. Hopefully I'll figure it out. But yeah. See what else do we got? That was my favorite beat though from back in the Gap. You got See, it sucks because, like, to present shit, right, you gotta, like, already have all your tabs ready, you know? This is from my other shit. Did something happen to your phone? Yeah, it got locked. I don't know how to get into it right now. To the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi got locked for some reason. So I couldn't stream. I was like, motherfucker, bro. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I was just testing this shit out to see how I want to rock. See if I'm gonna. I'll have it figured out by tomorrow. Yeah, kicks. I thought Ryan's huge flagpole broke the stream. That's what I was thinking, protege. I'll be back. I'm gonna start. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna start watching vids on elevators. I'll figure it out. Alienated. Thank you. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Right. Right. I mean, I won't even put this up or keep it up. I just popped on just to let people motherfuckers know where time it is. I smoked a bowl and I'm dear. I just did a dab. I just did a dab, so yeah, no. How many of y'all actually got like? How many of y'all got notifications? Obviously, all of you guys got notifications. What's up, Kid Goku? What's poppin', bro? I hit you up on message for a video and asked for phone. I remember, bro. I hit you back, like, bro. I'm trying to figure some shit out. I wasn't gonna do it. I was falling asleep, y'all. I was falling asleep. I was like, fuck it. You know, I couldn't get the phone to work, bro. I was like, fuck it. And then I'm like, man, I heard my coffee thing go off. I was like, beep, beep, beep. And Marley's like, feed me. And then I got up and I was like, man, I feel like B Rabbit from fucking, you know, I got both push notifications. That's why I hit the mouse. Thanks, brother. I'm glad y'all got it. At least the real ones will be able to find me. Yes, you can thank Marley, bro. I was laying on the bed watching The Neighborhood. It's like a show I used to watch before I did night shows. I was sitting there like, man, this is fucking cool. Next thing you know, I'm like half snoring. Marley's like, ah, ah. You know, I don't have my headphones on, so I'm like, can hear myself talk. It's really fucking weird, bro. I'm like yelling and shit. You know. Yeah, I'm good, dude. All things Goku. That's the case. Spark, what up, bro? You want to come on? You want to come on, dude? Did you watch the debate? What up, Thomas Jefferson? All right, come on. When you wait, hold on. When you ready? Let me know when you're ready, bro. I'll throw you the link, but let me know when you're ready. Just trolling around. Word. Definitely Trump got the W for sure. He said, just trolling around. I thought Trump was a really good fucking troll. Yeah, it was like beating up an old lady and taking her purse. Nothing to brag about, you know? Oh, what up, Caterpillar? Cheers to you, my friend. We be me to care. He kept saying all types of weird shit, y'all. I hope everybody in here hit the like. Because all 10 of y'all are my fucking subs. So I should have 10 damn likes at least. I don't know. I can't see them. I got no idea. Yeah, you beat it to death. Aw, I'm glad you made it though. What, Mama? Are you hungry, bro? I see that. 6, baby. It doesn't even really matter at this point. I'm more or less just tripping that I can pop up on this bitch at 3:45 a.m. and we got a loyal ass gang up in this motherfucker. Exactly. Protege called it. That's why I popped in, because I knew the real ones were sticking around. I was like, I gotta pop in and say what's up to the real ones. I was looking at your vids today, and you do like 2,000 views. Yeah, David. That's why it's like, you know, that's why I have to do decent shit at the beginning, you know, because a lot of people see it. You know, I mean, shit. We were getting like 4,000 like a couple weeks ago, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. So we've had some good fucking go edits. You know. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was either. I really had no intentions. No, I didn't get to Keeks. I went to my brother's and came home and was getting ready to go on. And then, you know, it's about grabbing them early first hour. Yeah. I think a leak with others might be more views with commentary. I'm like, yeah. What, you're shocked there was even a debate to bring? Yeah, like tomorrow, man. I hope that I didn't miss my go edit. Nah, you ready? You ready, Spark? About to drop it. I want you. I'm gonna erase it right away, bro. So here it comes. Pop that shit ASAP. It's in the chat, bro. Boom, 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 boom.
Hey.
What up, bro?
Oh, what's going on, man? Late night for me, huh?
Yeah, I'm shocked you're up, bro. Let me turn this music off now. Hold on. Ryan, do you want to come on, dude? You can, like, when I'm on this, bro, you don't have to show your face on this one. If you want to make your fucking debut and it's just the crew, come on. If you don't, I understand. This is a special one, bro.
It's a crazy day, man. Crazy presidential debate. I heard the Democrats are really worried about him.
Yeah. Who said, but who told you? But who told you that Michael is going to be running? I've been saying it since fucking for 2 years, as long as you've known me, bro. I knew this was coming, dude. I knew this was fucking coming forever. There you go. Ryan, if you want to come on, dude, let me know. This could be your debut. Just turn your camera off. They are talking about Biden being replaced with. Oh yeah, for sure. Who do you think? I think it'll be like what's his name? I think it'll be like I think it'll be fucking. Everybody say what up, bro. But yeah, I think it'll be like Michael.
Hey, everybody.
Like Gavin Newsom or something, dude. You know?
I'm trying to look at the chat right now. Gavin Newsom, dude. I wish I knew politics good. My father-in-law makes me watch political videos, and he's a big Trump supporter. So it's kind of like weighted towards one way, but I've seen a lot of like stuff about how they want to replace him, and Gavin Newsom is a name that comes up a lot.
Yeah. I mean, he would absolutely lose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would absolutely lose. It would be goofy. You know? So
Hey, everybody. Sorry.
dude, I didn't even go live until like 3 a.m, bro.
Oh yeah, I know. I was thinking about something, and it's kind of weird that you started like getting all glitchy and stuff, you know. And I was just like, that's weird. But I even said that I was like, that's crazy. That's happening.
Oh shit. Let's see what this motherfucker. Let me see your face, bro. Let me see your face. I need a face, bro. I don't just let anybody on without a face. Okay. Cool.
I'm just getting ready. I'm gonna roll a joint.
House. What up, Father Time?
Father Time. I'm just gonna get some shit and then I'll be back.
Cool, bro.
Is that Ryan?
No, it's David.
Oh.
It's David. Ryan needs to get his ass up on here too.
I was like, I'm not really sure what Ryan looks like, so I was like, maybe that's Ryan.
Taylor, what up? What up? What up?
Oh, no.
What's up, David?
This is Dave. Not much, man. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm doing
chilling.
good, man. It's good to put a face.
I had to split. No, I had to split. The girlfriend's sleeping, so I couldn't do shit while she's sleeping because fucking I'm loud. But she sleeps like a rock anyway.
No doubt, bro. You got that.
What?
You got that fucking. You definitely got that Boston accent, brother. New York.
You
or
think
whatever
so?
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I talk like Boston too much. I'm from New Bedford.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I'm from New Bedford.
So
that's so fucking Boston or New York, bro.
So if you go kind of hard with the camera. So if you go, let's see, all right, like this with Massachusetts, like right in the armpit. That's where I'm at Massachusetts, right in the armpit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 50 miles from Boston, so it's not that far, but it's not that close either.
Yeah, I hear it. We definitely hear it.
I hear a little bit of both for sure. But
see, I think Tim sounds like me.
You think so?
I don't think there's much of a difference between me and Tim the way that we talk.
I definitely have an accent, though. You know, I guess, bro. You know, I definitely have like that West Coast. What is it? Midwest. I don't know.
If you go to Connecticut talks like New York.
Okay.
Like you know how I just said New York, right? Like they kind of sound like that, but like to us, it's like New York, like with a U instead of a R. Remember how like I told you water? Like we don't say water, we say water, like WATA.
Right. Water.
Yeah, like quarter. You don't say quarter. You say quarter. I got a quarter. You got a quarter. There ain't water. Park the car in the garage. that's a famous one right there. Is park the car in the garage.
Bro, I love Boston accent though, man. Bill Burr. Sometimes
I think
out every so often.
I think Boston is a little bit different. See, like they go like Boston, and to us it's just like Boston.
Okay, yeah, you definitely don't have a hardcore Boston accent.
Yeah. Well, how was your day, man?
Not gonna lie, Dave sounds nothing like Tim to me.
Who's that over there?
This is Spark next to you, man. This is.
Oh, okay, that's Spark. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, hey, dude. It's good to meet you.
Where you from?
I live in Indiana, but I was born in Maryland.
Oh, okay. I've been through there once. That place is crazy.
So, David, man, now that I got your voice instead of text, what'd you think of that fucking the debate? We talk about the debater. Oh God.
Well, all right. So
what'd you think about it, bro? Let's talk
the
about
debate. I liked it. I think fucking Trump smoked his ass.
Yeah.
Biden looked like he's seen a ghost a few times. His face got really pale and white, and then he was like frowned. Like you can't really see me very well, but like he kind of frowned. He was like, "Oh man, I got busted," you know.
Yeah, he looked like he looked like he was the ghost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He looked dead to me, bro. It was crazy time.
Well, they woke him up at they woke him up at a hyperbaric chamber to bring him out and fed him some Hunter's meth.
bro, it was almost like elder abuse. They had him out there like, bro, Trump didn't even listen, dude. CNN was like, Trump was rude and mean and so much shit to him. Like, bullshit, y'all. No, he was. Yo, you gotta understand, I don't know how to use this fucking camera very good, dude. I've never been on it. I've always used another camera, even when I use StreamYard. I use my camera over here, and then I use my laptop to show and talk with. I never have done it like just straight from the fucking thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I never did live before. This is my first time ever doing a live.
It is? That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Thank you.
Welcome
Well, I was telling Tim the other day that I want to get like, so for YouTube you need like 50 subs
right.
to get a live going. I'm sure you can probably buy it, right? Like, you know what I mean? You can buy everything else. And I want to do like undercover shit. I want to expose the fucking system, like drain the swamp type of deal.
Dude, so good. Actually, we can get into that. So what when you say it in the text, it's harder to say in text. What would be like a specific bit that you would want to do?
All right, so I'll explain the whole thing to you, right, really quick.
Right.
So, like, I'm 52, right? So in November, it will be 40 years that some motherfucker kicked me in front of a car. Supposedly, was telling his younger brother, your mama. In the 80s, that was a big thing, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, your mom fucking, I seen her kicking a can down the street. What was she doing? She was moving, you know what I mean? That type of shit. And, but this kid was like 2 years older than me. And he was a fat fuck, like Suge Knight, right? And I look like Pee Wee Herman, dude. I'm a skinny motherfucker. I've always been a skinny little fuck. And so my mother sent me to the store one day for Tampax, and I didn't want to fucking go because I'm 12 years old and I don't want to buy Tampax. And I was like, send my older sister, and my older sister's like, nah, I'm not going because she's embarrassed. So I was like, whatever, I'll go. And my mom's cooking dinner and shit, and I was like, whatever. So I'm like, I'm taking my bike. So I go down the street, fucking like 2 blocks, 3 blocks, and I park my bike in the store. I go in the store, buy the Tampax. They put them in a paper bag. I stuff them in my fucking coat, and then I zip up my coat, and I fucking start screwing back home. Well, on my way to the store, I seen 4 friends, a girl and 3 dudes. And like, my mother's very strict. So like, if once I got in the house, I couldn't leave. I always had to find a way to get out of the house. So I made plans with these cats. Like, yo, we play hide go seek and shit. Later, I'll split out of the house. And they're like, cool. So on my way back, I caught up with them, and I was bullshitting that shit with them. And then all of a sudden, behind me, I hear, rah, 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 and I fucking look. And there's this dude on a BMX bike, and he's fucking flying up on me. And I got a brand new 10 speed, like a year old. It was a white Team Murray with black letters, black foam grips, black cables with red caps, and fucking, you know, chrome. And fucking,
it was yesterday.
Yeah, dude. So fucking my house. All right. So let me see. So my house. Oh shit's in reverse. So my house is on this side of the street, which is really this side of the street, right? But anyways, because the camera's reverse, fucking. So my house is on this side. I gotta cross the street this way, and I'm on this side of the street, right? Right there. So I'm on this side of the street. So I'm trying to get across to go this side. So as I'm going up the sidewalk, there's a driveway, and oh, hold on. And I go this way, and I stop because there's a parked car right here. Well, the kid comes up on the side of me and goes, and sends me head on into a fucking car, right? So it was a lime green Toyota Corolla 79, and it was a 2-door, and it just happened to be my neighbor's car, dude, right? Like, I talked to the dude after. I was like, bro, I don't blame you. You know, just the dude, right? Could have been anybody. Could have been you. Could have been him. You know what I mean? It could have been anybody. So fucking he tells me, because I black out, and he says I bounced off the front grill. I flew over the car. I hit the back driver's side rear corner, and all I remember is like three cars coming this way as he was coming this way, and fucking I flew over those cars, and then I landed on the curb like this, and I broke my arm, my collarbone, my rib, 2 teeth, and ended up with a head injury. But this motherfucker, like, it happened so quick that the building that I got hit in front of used to be a bakery. The dude heard a crash and he looks up and he says I was about 25, 30 feet high in the air. I came crashing down. I hit the curb. Now, sidewalks in my city, at least, the squares on a sidewalk, they're like 4 feet wide. As soon as I hit that curb, I woke up and I crawled the 8 feet to the wall. And then I just sat against the wall. And the ambulance is coming and the cops are coming and my friends are coming. And fucking all of a sudden, the cop shows up, the ambulance shows up, the ambulance like, yo, dude, can you get on the stretcher? I'm like, nah, guy, I can't fucking move a bit because the adrenaline wore off and now the pain's kicking in. And then the cop asked him before the paramedic put me in the ambulance and was like, why'd you do it? He goes, he called my mama. Now, back in the day, the cop would be like, wow, what the fuck you doing, kid? Right? Like, you just fucked up some dude's life. But they didn't. They sent this motherfucker home to go eat dinner. I get taken away to the hospital, dude. I'm in the hospital. Now, mind you, this is like 5 o'clock at night. I was in the hospital till like fucking 1, dude. And then they sent me home. They didn't even keep me for observation or nothing. So then fucking my mother's like, well, you can stay home for like 2 weeks. I got 3 broken bones, bro. What do you mean 2 weeks? And she sent my ass back to school with the same fucking kid. But the principal is like, yo, he gives you any shit, you let me know. I'll take care of it. And after that, nothing ever happened. My mother sued his ass. My mother stole the money. I go to, and then locks me up. And then when I get out, like 3 years later, like, what's the deal? And she kicked me out, put a 209A on me. I tell the judge she owes me money. He goes, I don't care. He gives her the 209A. She splits the state. Now, in Massachusetts, if I rob you and I leave the state, if I'm gone for 40 years, the statute still exists. So when I come back, you can still charge me. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all the shit. Remember how I told you if I had Google in the 90s? Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah, okay. I remember.
If I had fucking Googles in the 90s, dude, I wouldn't be here today. Like, I would have already had this shit taken care of. You know what I mean? And, like, fucking, it's just ridiculous. It took me all this time to figure out all this shit. Like, I got fucking China stacks of papers, bro. Like, kind of like stacks of papers, right? Of fucking different shit that I can nail her on. And because of the word mother, right? Like, she forged a check in my name. And I go to the cops when I got informed about it from SSI. I said, hey, I want to press charges on forgery, last name identity theft for $3,000. In Massachusetts, anything, it was $250. Now it's like $1,000. Anything over that is a felony. Now I'm a child, right? Well, not a child. I mean, I was 28 years old, but I'm her child. You know, that's kind of like abuse, right? Financial abuse. And I'm on disability, so that's like even worse. It's like doing it to an elderly person, right? And so I go to the cops and I tell them, I say, hey, bro, I was just informed that my name, my social, my date of birth was just cashed on a check at Bank of America for $3,000. They said, I want to press charges. They said, oh, well, who did it? And I go, my mom. And they go, no. I'm like, what do you mean no? They're like, no, I'm not going to do it. I was like, fuck you, bro. And it took me a while to tell them, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, because I wasn't raised like that to talk to cops like that. You know what I mean? All my friends would be like, fuck the police, fuck the police. But I have family that were police. I mean, I was raised by a World War II veteran, her father. So, like, I had a different perspective on shit. You know what I mean? So then I found out that on a felony 3, I can go back and charge this motherfucker 30 years later, up to 30 years later. And if you do the math, right, in Massachusetts, any crime committed against a child under the age of 16, the statute of limitations don't start until the age of 16, which means I have, let's say I was 13, right, because it was 12.10 years old, because it was in November, my birthday's in January. So if you just round it out to January, it gives me, like, 3 years, right? So for 3 years, there's no time limit for the statute to start. At 16, at the age of emancipation, you can file shit on your own. But my mother turned around and locked me up. So then when I get out at 19, I try going after the kid again. And the cop tells me, well, if the guy's retired, he's not going to want to change the report because the report says that Bob hit me, right? It doesn't say anything that Jesse pushed me. I can show you that motherfucker. Like, I can show you who he is and shit, and you can fucking look him up for yourself and shit. His name is Jesse Camaro. If you Camara, if you Facebook his shit, you'll see him. He looks like Suge Knight. But anyway, right? So if you add 16 plus 30, you get 46, right? Right, 46. So if you commit a crime, like I told you before, if you live out of state, the statute stops. So let's say I go to Ohio and I rob a bank, right? And then I split Ohio and I go hide in Florida. If I hide in Florida for 40 years and the statute of limitations is only 7, it doesn't matter how long I'm gone because when I come back, I have to live within that state for those 7 years. So, like, if you're going to rob a bank, bury the money in the fucking woods and live in the state somewhere, right? Because if they don't have the money... What's that?
You don't know. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, no, I didn't know if you said something, right? So, like, if you rob a bank and you bury the money and you live within the state for 7 years, if that's the statute, then you get to keep that money after 7 years because the crime is already sealed. You get that?
Right.
Okay. So this kid, he moved to Rhode Island for like 2 years, at least 2 years. So now if you add 46 plus the 2 years, you get 48. So in 2019, when COVID happened, this is when I got like all this shit and ready to fucking go like heads on balls deep into the fucking bullshit. And the cop again tells me no, he's not going to do it. I'm like, what the fuck? Now the 14th Amendment states, right? They made me a fucking constitutional scholar, dude. I didn't try to be one. You know what I mean? Like when I tell you shit about the 14th and shit, like 14th Amendment is a right. Let's say you two had a beef, right? And I don't know, say that he broke your arm or some shit, Tim, right? And so if Spock wanted to sue you, he has the right to do so underneath the 14th Amendment to go before a judge and say, hey, listen, this is my issue and I want to sue Tim and this is how much he's going to get me, right? Like the charges and shit, right? You know what I mean? So if they deny you the 14th Amendment, that's a Constitution violation because you have the right to go before a court and face the accused or the accuser.
Yes, you have a right.
You know what I'm saying? And this is where they're fucking me with my mother, and they're fucking me with that kid, right? Like even so. In November of 2019, I just had enough. I was like, "Fuck this shit! I'm going in all in." I walk into the police department. I tell the dude in the thing, I said, "Yo, lock me up." He goes, "Why?" This is hilarious, dude. I was like, lock me up. He goes, why? I said, because I want to see a judge, right? Because they're denying me this shit left and right. They're denying me. And this is when I started getting the law shit. He goes, are you homeless? I said, no, I got a house to live in. He goes, do you have warrants on you? I said, no, I don't have no fucking warrants. I'm not like that. Then he goes, do you need a place to live or some shit? And I was like, nah, dude, I'm good. He's like, well, then why do you want to get arrested? I said, because I want to see a judge. And then he goes, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, all right. So I said, I can sit here all day. I got nothing better to do. So I sit down on the fucking bench. I start taking my coffee, take another sip of coffee. I turn around, I go back up to because they have a window now, and you got to pick up the phone to fucking talk to the dude behind the window. So I pick up the phone. I'm like, yo, bro, I want to see your supervisor. He goes, all right. So I sit back down. I wait for the supervisor. Now, I call him the man in the mirror, like Michael Jackson. I got nicknames for them all. So you got Pretty Boy Floyd, his hair shaved on the side, right? And he's got a little bit, you know what I'm talking. And he's a short dude, right? And then there's this dude named Jason Vieira, who I was in the Young Marines with, which is like the Boy Scouts, but military style. And he doesn't recognize me, but I know who he is, right? So he comes out, and then the sergeant pulls up, The sergeant, I call him Sergeant Smurf because he's a fat fuck and he's all in blue. So he looks like a blueberry Smurf, right? So you got Sergeant Smurf, Jason Vera, Pretty Boy Floyd, and the man in the mirror. And God only knows how many other motherfuckers behind that glass, right? So he walks in, he's like, yo, what's your deal? I was like, yo, I want to press charges. He goes, for who? I said, against my mother. He goes, for what? I said, forgery, lasting identity theft, child abuse, because Massachusetts in 2016, in the beginning of 2016, states that any crime committed against a child, it used to be up to the age of 18. If you couldn't press it by 18, it was dismissed and they got away with it. So in Massachusetts, the Supreme Court ruled that you can actually go back 32 years. So now if you do the math for 32 years, that puts me up to like the 40. But like I said, if you leave the state, the statute don't exist, right? Which means any given time that you can get brought up on charges. So I tell the cop, I was like, yeah, I want to press charges. He's like, for what? I said, for this, that, and the other thing. And he goes, no, I'm not going to do it. I was like, yo, bro, fuck you. You swore a note to the badge. You swore a note to the Constitution. Do your fucking job. Now, I don't talk to cops like that, right? Like, I usually just keep my mouth shut and just go about my business. I was like, you swore a note to the fucking badge and the Constitution. You need to do your fucking job. He's like, fuck you. I was like, fuck you. He's like, retard. I was like, fuck you. He's like, because I stutter sometimes, right? So I go, yeah, yeah, dude. So I go, fuck you, right? And he goes, you fucking idiot. I was like, fuck you. And he's like, I'll punch you in the jaw and knock out your teeth. Dude, I stood right up. I was like, go ahead, fucking do it. There's nothing that you can do to me that hasn't been done to me already, right? I've been pushed in front of a car. I've been fucking physically beaten, all kinds of shit. Huh?
You're telling me the cop said this shit to you?
Yeah, dude. Swear to God, man. I'll swear on a stack of Bibles, bro.
You're sincere as fuck about your story, bro. I absolutely believe you, man. Keep it popping, bro. Keep cooking.
No, I know, but I'm not lying, right? Like, cause why do I have to fucking lie?
I believe you 1,000%. I'm saying keep going with what you're saying. I was just shocked.
Oh no, I know. So
it's like,
I know you're not calling my bluff, you know what I mean? But like, you know, that's just the way it fucking rolls. So I tell the dude, I was like, oh, I stood right up, I pointed like this, I was like, go ahead, fucking do it. He looked at me, dude, I never said this to a cop in my life. I stand there like this, and he just looks at, because he was like, oh, I'll punch you in the jaw and knock out the rest of your teeth. I stood right up, I was like, go ahead, fucking do it. And he just stood there. And I turn and look at him, and I go, pussy. Dude, I was raised with better respect than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't talk to cops like that. Like, but I just had enough, bro. So I was like, pussy. And then, dude, it doesn't even end there. It gets worse than there. They locked me up for 13 days in a mental ward, like a year later. Swear to God. And then I got
50 you from that shit.
What's that?
They 5150 you from that shit.
Yeah, dude, they lied and told them I tried to kill myself by jumping off our tower, which wasn't true. I had a safety harness on, and I had flags with me that I planned to fly, but like the idea was good, but the execution was horrible. Because when you get to the tower, right, when you look at it, it's kind of like this, but when you get to it, it's fucking like this, dude. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, you can do it. You can do it. Trying to like psych myself up, right? I was there from like 2:30, 3:30 in the morning. The cops didn't show up till like fucking 4, dude. The people in the building next door finally seen me, and they call the cops and tell them, hey, some dude's trying to kill himself. So I told the cops. So I have the shirt that says, fuck you, you fucking fuck. So I go like this to the fucking jacket, and I go, I wore this for you. You know what I mean? Because I'm just tired of the bullshit. So I took the cops to court. I told the judge, I said, hey, I said, if I marry some chick and I push her off a cliff to catch the insurance money, that's wrong, right? And he goes, yeah. I said, well, if a parent allows a kid to get hurt and they don't press no charges, but they go for the money, that's wrong too, right? That's like gross negligence of child welfare endangerment, correct? And he goes, yeah. So, you know what I mean? And she claims, and now I got 3 pieces of paper, dude, that says that she got between $600 and $800 back in 1987, which $100 in like 1979 is like $300 today. but it's probably more now because of inflation. But
Right.
even
Well,
so,
there's no such thing as inflation. That was but go ahead. Sorry.
well, no, inflation. What I mean by that is,
I know. No. Go ahead, dude. I was joking. I was
right,
throwing a joke out there because of
the
Biden.
money conversion part, right? You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
so what ends up happening is, um, the dude that hit me got sued. He was supposed to pay like the medical, right? And then the dude that got sued for kicking me in front of the car, he was a minor, so his parents had to settle. The parents got house policy got settled. Now on a house policy, the minimum for that is like 100 G's, right? And back then, if you broke a bone, it was 10 grand. So I broke 3 bones, 2 adult teeth, and ended up with a permanent head injury that led me on disability. So you're talking at least 30 to 50,000. You know what I mean?
You
And
should get at
so
least like 10 to 20 a year
I don't know. So
because
like
you've
so
already got money or what? That's where I, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand because,
so
dude, that's a lot of life taken away.
well, yeah, because not only the PTS part, but the physical healing of it. And
Right.
and what happened was in 1987 when she was settling, she gave me this piece of paper. She's like, sign this. And I go, what is it? Now, in high school, I was reading college education shit. My reading's very like on point, you know what I mean? And she rips it out of my hand and was like, sign it. I'm your mother, you can trust me. And I was like, well, whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like, my mother never really did me dirty before that, right? You know what I mean? Except for the fact of her beating my ass as a kid and telling me, so help me God, I gave you life, I can take it away. All that bullshit, you know what I mean? But I guess all parents do that. I don't know, but, you know, that's just the way it was for me.
Most
And,
parents do shit like that, but I don't know about all, but most should.
yeah, I mean, like, you got parents that say, oh, my kid couldn't do that, or my kid didn't do that, you know what I mean? But not her. She'd be like, yeah, you did it, or yeah, you probably did it, you know, throw me under the bus. But when she locked me up, she was spending all this money on cocaine and shit. She took a trip to Florida, she fucking did whatever she fucking felt like. And then when I got out, I was like, yo, what's up? Where's my money? She was like, get the fuck out of my house. She put a 209A on me, told the judge I was abusive to her, when in fact she's an abuser, not me. And like I poked my mother in the nose once like this, because that used to be our thing. She used to have these. Kind of had to see.
Can you guys see the chat? Can you see the chat, David?
No, I can't see the chat.
You gotta hit the chat. I don't think you can see it. I've been popping shit up for you. But yeah, I know Spark can because he's been doing this for a while. Keeks came on like you need to figure it out eventually. Like, bro, I've been rocking StreamYard for a minute, right? Right, Spark? This isn't my first go.
It's not his first rodeo.
No.
I can't see the chat. I don't know how to work it. I'm not tech savvy like that, man. I'm old school, like twist wires together type of deal. You know what I mean? Pre fiber optics. You know what I mean? Like that ain't my thing. But she put a 209A on me and lied to the judge, so that's another count of perjury. And like, so I took the cops to court. I'm 0 for 4 basically as a lawyer, which ain't really good. I lost 4 cases in a row. But I had the judge with the cops hang up on me, even though he agreed with me. I said, if I point a gun at you, judge, and no offense, judge, like I'm not trying to point a gun at you. I said, if I point a gun at you, pull the trigger, and I skin your head, but don't kill you, that's still attempted murder, right? He goes, yeah. I said, what difference is that if I push you in front of a car? He's like, none really. It's the same effect, right? Just a different method. I said, okay. And then I said, I said, oh, so here's another analogy that I gave him. I said, you know, I'm a dude. I walk into the police department. I say, I want to report a crime, right, of child abuse because of Massachusetts law of 2016. Because I did this in 2016 on the day before my birthday so that I could go back that extra year. You get it? It's kind of like renewing your license, right? Like, so if you get your license after your birthday, you already lose that difference in the year. Then if you get it before you, okay. So what happens is I went before my birthday so that I can get that extra year rollback, right? And I tell the cop, he's like, my father beat me. Look how I turned out. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, yo, if I'm a chick and I walked in with a short skirt and said, hey, I just got raped, and the cop goes, well, look at the way you dressed. You probably deserved it. Do you think that's not one and the same? Right?
No,
Like, how can you?
I think if a cop said that, bro, I would fucking probably do the same thing you wanted to do, if not
Well,
more.
this is before I even.
If you
This
got
is
hard in the middle of like, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
right,
And I
and
really
this is
have
all
had issues with
before.
police before.
This is all before I get all the information from the Google shit, right? Like, so all the shit that I went through from 2016 to prior is nothing with Google because I had a prepaid phone, and to get to the internet, I had to borrow somebody else's computer, and it's not like I knew what to look for, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you're on that crunch time. Like, if you don't know what you're looking for, how are you gonna find it, right? I mean,
Oh,
so.
absolutely.
It took me a while to find the shit, but once I got the shit, I was on a roll. Because, like, there's one thing about me. Like, if there's something that interests me, I'll research that motherfucker like a rabbit hole. I'll just keep going down it. You know what I mean? And I like to read. I used to read cereal boxes with polyglumates or whatever the fuck, the shit that they have that.
The fucking TSB and all that.
Yeah.
TSP.
And
See, I go down that same rabbit hole. I try to get everybody hip to that. You know what I'm saying? I go with you. I'm
right.
with you, brother. I'm that same motherfucker, bro.
And they're big words, dude. So, like, I could write in cursive in second grade. Because I used to see my grandmother write cursive, my mother write cursive, and I was like, yo, that's so cool. I write in cursive in second grade, and the teacher's like, yo, you can't do that. Well, like, why not? It's legible. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you gonna punish me? Like, I'm advanced in that shit. You should just like encourage it. You're like, okay, this kid can write in cursive.
Agreed.
Well,
That's not how we did things in life, huh?
right, you know what I mean? So I don't understand why they do this shit. But like in 12th grade, I was reading college. So in like 10th grade, I was reading 12th grade and so on. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to comprehend words sometimes because words sound similar, but they're different. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but other than that, I can get the gist of shit. I just don't learn Latin. Like, so in my second case, my first case was with my mother, and this is where I had another judge fucking fuck me over. So I tell the judge the whole story about the bike thing, and I told her my mother sent me the feminine products. Now we're in a courtroom full of people. This is pre-COVID, fucking like right before COVID, and there's like at least 50 people in the small ass courtroom. They stopped allowing phones to be brought in. They stopped like a lot of shit from being brought in, water bottles, all that bullshit. And so as a pro se lawyer, meaning one who represents oneself, you should be entitled to all the benefits that the lawyers have. Cell phones, information, all kinds of shit. So they refused the cell phone bit. So I stood up all night, and when I stay up all night, I get a little fucking whacked out, like, and cognitive shit, because like you're just out there. And so I show up to court at like 7 o'clock in the morning, sitting outside waiting for the bailiffs and shit. And I was like, yo, I said I want to bring my phone in. They're like, no phones allowed. I was like, well, you're gonna have to fucking arrest me. I'm representing myself. I need access to the information. They took my phone but locked it up in a box, and then it was my turn. I had to go and get it from the bailiff to come back into court to fucking give it to him. And even then, I couldn't have it in my hand, right? And I couldn't use it for any information. So this was a woman judge, and I tell her the whole story, and then she tells me, I swear to God, just like this. Well, Mr. Cavallo, when one boy pushes another boy into a moving vehicle or a car, whatever you want to call it, it's just boys being boys. Are you fucking kidding me? This is coming from a woman judge who bears children telling this to a child, right? Because we're talking about a 12-year-old kid. We're not talking about a fucking 50-year-old man. There's a big difference, you know what I mean? because if you go back to, do you remember when all the priests were getting sued by the church?
Oh yeah.
For the pedophile shit.
Yeah,
so
they still kind of are, but yeah, my deacon, not to like stunt you in the thing, but the deacon of the church I went to was actually the chick that was a whistleblower for it all.
Oh no shit.
His understudy, but go ahead. Sorry.
So that shit happened in the 60s, right? And not until the 90s did they start to get that information rolling, right? To stop bringing the lawsuits and shit like that. So you're looking at 40 fucking years later that these people carried the shit around with them, that they were actually starting to get listened to, but they didn't really settle until the 2000-ish, right? The end of the 90s. But
yeah.
the point
you're talking about a whole different one. They've got a few.
Oh, well, guys, it's probably been going on for like 100 years or more, you know what I mean? Girls weren't allowed in the churches. Choir boys were in it. So, you know, you got one sex or the other sex, you know, which one you gonna do? And there's no nuns, right? Like, so, but anyhow, so me coming out and telling them, hey, listen, fucking blah, blah, blah. And they go, well, whatever. And I was like, whatever, fuck you. So I pro-sayed myself and I fucking filed the paperwork. I did all the fucking Google search for the big words that I couldn't understand. Dude, I called. All right, so it's New Bedford Police. They keep telling me no. So I go to the DA. The DA tells me, the local DA, he tells me, hey, you need a police report. I said, but the cops keep telling me no. Now, he, under 18242, is supposed to fucking stand up and say, hey, that's not cool. You need to do your job. That's a U.S. federal code of anybody, police, fire, ambulance, school nurse, school teacher, school principal, school guidance counselor, ER nurse, ER doctor, your pediatrician, anybody who says blah, 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 blah about so-and-so, they are obligated by law to report it to authorities for abuse, right? And whatever happened. So they're in federal code violations for that, because I've told everybody for the last 30 fucking years about this shit and nobody wants to do a fucking thing. So as a pro se, I turned around and I filed for the shit myself, because I went to the locals, they say no. I go to the state, the city local DA, he tells me no, I need a police report. So then I go to state police and they say, oh, you need to go back down to New Bedford Police. So then I go to the state DA, which was Maura Healey, who's now the governor, and I say, yo, let me tell you about this story about the check cashing bullshit. And she goes, well, you can call the Better Business Bureau. You can call the Postmaster General. Now, this is a check cash at Bank of America, which two of those have nothing to do with anything, right? The Better Business Bureau and the fucking Postmaster General have nothing to do with a check being cashed at the bank. So then the other option was call the FBI. I was like, fuck that. I'm not calling the FBI. Why am I going to call the FBI? This is their job. So I was like, all right, whatever. So then I started taking trips to Boston. And I Google the shit and I go to Boston. I was like, hey, can I ask you a question? Let me talk to you, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, sorry. And then I go to this one, go to that one. And then I was like, well, let me go to the ACLU. And the ACLU goes, oh, well, you know, sorry, but we can't help you, but here's a list of lawyers. So here's 4 lawyers on a piece of paper, right? And then I go to NAACP, and because, you know, they help the people that get fucked all the time. And I say, hey, well, let me tell you about this. And they go, oh, sorry, you're not the demographic that we work for. In other words, sorry, you're not black enough. We can't help you. Which is pretty fucked up, because I'm poor and it doesn't fucking matter. If I'm black or white, it shouldn't matter, right? You know what I mean? So I was like, whatever. So then I went to the bar. Right, you know what the bar is?
The bar, like the association, the bar.
Yeah, to get your law license so that you can practice law. So you got to go to them, take a test, and then they pass you whether or not you go for the thing, right? So I turn around, I go to the bar, and they're like, "Well, you know, we can only do this and that, but we can't really help you." But there was this chick, and her name was I'll give you her first name just because it just stays live. Her name is Jeanette, right? So Jeanette turned around and was like, wow, that's pretty fucked up, man. That's an amazing story. And she's like, nobody's helping with you? I was like, no. And she's like, well, I can help you out a little bit, but I can't really think, but you got to do this on your own. And If you need help, give me a call. This chick helped me out through a lot. Where when I went to court to take my mother to court, the people in court were asking me, who the fuck's helping you? Because I was fucking surpassing every fucking hurdle that they threw at me. They were like, yo, like, this kid's fucked. Like, you know what I mean? And because like I said, I like to read. Don't send me down the fucking rabbit hole because we'll be going for a ride. And yeah, and then the female judge turns around and says, well, I'll give you my decision in a couple of days. And by her telling me, well, when one boy pushes another boy in front of the car, some of the boys being boys do, I already knew I was going to lose, right? Like, so I was like, whatever. So then I went to the cops, and then the whole Sergeant Smurf shit happened. And then I was like, fuck you, you motherfuckers. And then I was like, well, what else can I do, right? Because I've been to the cops multiple times. I've been to this station over here. I've been to this station over here.
They put you on a fucking run. They put you on a big fucking run around, right?
Right, yeah.
Running like a fucking, you know.
They spun me like a top, bro.
Banana fucking stuck between your legs. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And what? Because I'm a guy? So you're sexist against me. You're going against me because of my gender. Well, that's illegal because you can't discriminate me on my gender. You can't discriminate me because I'm white. That's racist. You can't discriminate me in the fact that this is my mother, because if it was me as a father and did that to my daughter, you know damn well they'd be kicking the door in and tasing me and shit and dragging me off to fucking jail. So you can't be a fucking hypocrite, right? And
I agree. What
in
do
the
you think,
Constitution,
Mark?
I think that he's. I mean,
I'm
I'm
not
just kind of
interrupting
comparing
you.
it to my own
It is why I'm not
situation.
able to get away. What's that?
I'm just kind of comparing it to my own situation and how the courts are fucked up, and how earlier he was talking about that cop being in his face and stuff like that. And you know that I've got assault against police officer charges because police are fucking assholes sometimes. You know,
they
I had a
act with
cop.
no accountability.
Yeah, I had a cop one time tell me, "Come up here and tell me to my face." And when I got up in his face, he punched me.
No
I was like,
shit.
dude, I was like, you know, I can't punch you back, you fucking pussy. You know?
Do you know what the color of law is, Spock?
The what?
The color of law.
I don't know the law very well.
It's a law, right? But it's called the color of law. A color of law is a judge, a lawyer, or a police officer who swore an oath to the Constitution and uphold the law, regardless of their personal views. It's kind of like the policeman's oath, right? Everybody has an oath. The lawyers have an oath, the doctors have an oath, the cops have an oath. Everybody has an oath. But the problem is they blah, 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 the oath, but nobody's held accountable for breaking it. Just like Biden's not being busted for breaking the oath. I swear to God, to uphold the Constitution of the States for the United States, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Bullshit. Congress people, fucking all them. Pelosi, all of them. They all fucked in the head because they all swear this oath bullshit, but nobody's held accountable. But wait a minute. If you said that it was a green car and it was a black car in court, you'd be busted for perjury.
Right. Yeah. Two different
See the
standards.
hypocrisy?
Two different.
You see the hypocrisy in that?
I do, bro.
Yeah, definitely do. And I'm a veteran, and there were parts when they were talking about veterans, and they were saying veterans love me, and then the other one was saying veterans love me, and I was thinking,
Right.
I was like, you know what? I was like, that's like situational, and it's depends on each person. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like when Joe Biden said that the Border Patrol supported him, and,
he lied.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That was a lie.
Did you see that? Did you guys see that?
He accused a dude. Go ahead, Tim.
I was gonna say when he said that during the debates, the Border Patrol people tweeted out, "We never supported Joe Biden, and we never we do not support Joe Biden. We support Donald Trump," or something of the sort. Like, wow, during the debates, that's how crazy. Like, social media is that, dude, you're getting answers as the shit was going, bro. Go ahead. Sorry. I thought that was trippy as shit.
So Biden accused the border guy, the border service member, of whipping the migrants. You remember that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Put him in
Right.
cages.
Right. But he accused the guy on the horse of whipping the migrants coming across the river, which is bullshit. You know what I mean?
Fucking dude.
Like what Spock was saying, where one challenges you to do something, and then when you go to react to it, they fucking tell you no. Like you don't like. This is the way I explained it. They say we're free people, but we are not free people. If I try using the service, right? Like you served in your country, right? Spock, right? So you served your country, and in your thought to believe that you're a free man. But when you go to the police and you say, hey, as a free citizen who pays taxes and says, I want to do this, and they say no, you are no longer a free man. You are now a slave to the system because you have no rights. Right? So we're getting right back to the modern slavery shit. Because whether I pay taxes or not, if my fucking house burns down, you got to come and put it out. If somebody robs me and I call the cops, your job to come here, whether I pay taxes or not, fucking take my goddamn report.
Yeah, I really agree with you. I do agree with like everything you're saying about the system and the government and what they owe us, and they take oaths, you know. And I just don't really trust the police. Like I know like a lot of people, like if my house got robbed, like you would think call the police. But it's just like I just don't trust them. Like I would rather have a gun first, you know what I'm saying? And then if something happens, but
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear it. I hear you.
Just that one branch of the department, just that one branch of the government. Local police are like so messed up nowadays. Like,
have you ever read an oath? Have you ever read the policeman's oath?
What is it?
Have you ever read the policeman's oath?
Bro.
All right. This is what it says. I, David Cavallo, solemnly swear uphold the Constitution of the states that I serve and uphold the laws and the duties and blah, blah, blah. And at the end of some of them, not all of them, says, I reserve the right to judgment and do my job due diligently. And the judge agreed that whether or not he morally liked what I was telling him about my mother, his job is to obligate to write that report and send it to the DA and let the DA discuss whether or not they want to go forward. Right? It's not the cop's job to say, no, I'm not going to do it. That's where now you again get the 14th and the 7th and possibly the 6th and the 8th. And I'm not that good, so I can't really name them off the top of my head, right? But the 14th is the right to a trial. That's the 14th Amendment. The right to face your accuser and the right to face the accused. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, if somebody accuses you, you have the right to face them in court and say, you're a fucking liar, or vice versa, right? You know what I mean? So, like, that's the 14th Amendment. So, me making an accusation against somebody doesn't give the cops the right to say, I'm not writing that report. Because now you're invalidating my constitutional right, and you're instituting a dictatorship where you can choose as judge, jury, and executioner whether or not you're going to proceed forward in that. And that's violating my constitutional rights over somebody who's a criminal. Right? Same thing Joe Biden did with Trump. The DA in the fucking local department said this ain't worth it. The Department of Justice and the Fed said, listen, this ain't worth it. This is nothing big fucking anything wrong. But the DA, fucking what's his face from New York, brags, oh no, let's get Trump, 96 charges. We're going to throw him away for 300 years. You really hate a man that much who did nothing but business in your fucking state and made money for your state that you're going to turn around and fucking put the screws to him? That's why the black vote is so in tune with it. Because, let's say from the 60s, right? Like Martin Luther King and bullshit. I'm not that old. That all happened before I was born. But
Yeah,
from what I
right. Dude, you were kicking it with Martin Luther King in the fucking alley smoking weed back in high school. You know it.
no, I mean, I seen it on TV, but I never understood it when I was a kid, right? But like, so I mean, this goes all the way back to the slavery times. If you really want to dig deep down, probably before that. But anyways, getting back to the '60s times. So like in the 1900s or whatever, I think it was 1920 that they gave the right to women to vote. There was a toss up between giving women the right to vote and the black person the right to vote. And they were like, well, if we give the black people the right to vote, they're gonna think that they're too powerful, and we don't want that because we're, white people are racist and shit. Because there was racism. I'm not gonna deny people were still racist, set in their old ways. You know what I mean? People didn't like
racist because, bro, they let blacks vote before they let women vote. I think they were smart somewhere.
Well, they gave the right to women to vote because the women were crying, no, we want the right to vote. And then what are they going to do? Like, tell them no, right?
I was just joking around, women and black people. I was literally just making a joke. Go ahead.
But like,
I
never
really agree with you.
Who? Me or Tim?
Who do you agree with?
You, Tim.
But the thing is, right? So like, so the thing, right, is that since like the beginning of time and shit, like, well, the beginning of time of the country, is that in the Constitution, I never really read the whole thing because the way it's written, S's are really F's. Like, I don't know if you know that old language, the way that they write. So like an F is like this, and an S is kind of like that. So it's really weird. It's hard to determine the two, but basically it says we the people, all men are created equal and are free, right? But how do you spell women? So WOMEN. If it says all men are created equal, that means women are created equal too. It also goes for every other race, right? Because even though we live in America and somebody lives in, say, South America, it doesn't mean that we don't think that they're free. They're just being oppressed by their own governments. Right? You know what I mean? So, like, our views on the world are kind of like the way that we spread shit out. Like, if we see shit going down that we don't like the war in the 90s with fucking Uzbekistan and shit like that, when Russia was breaking up, and like next to Poland and shit, I fucking Czechoslovakia, all kinds of shit. Anyways, but the thing is that, we talk this good game that all men are created equal. We're taught this in school, and you have these rights, and then people have different views, right? So if you go back and look at the black person's views, and you go, well, we have not been treated equal. We haven't been treated fairly, like for the last 200 years, right? Because that's pretty much how old the country is. And fucking sure, you made progression from 1800 to 1900, but it didn't take you until another 60 years to get the right to vote. You know what I'm saying? Like all that fucked up shit. So like, I get it. I understand there's oppression everywhere in the world, but the only way to stop oppression is to hold those accountable. Like in the policeman's oath, it also says that I must look out for my brother to make sure he's not screwing somebody over. In other words, I got to be big brother against big brother, because what happens is if you don't have clarity and shit in the police department, it then becomes corrupt. Because if I go, oh look, bang bang, I shot that motherfucker. Oh shit, he don't have a gun. Let me toss one off my ankle and fucking throw it over there and say, yo, he had a gun, right? And then the dude's like, yeah, I seen him have a gun, right? Because that's how they did the shit. And like, I don't know if I ever told you before, I think I did the other day, about Rodney King. I went back and looked it up after George Floyd. And I remember like a couple dudes beating Rodney King. It was in 91-ish. And I went back and looked at it. There was like 15 fucking cops standing there. And like 4 or 5 of them were beating fucking Rodney King.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so like,
I know you might believe that shit. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm so conspiratorial. See, I can tell once you hit about your age is when motherfuckers start to we start to get a little sideways on our views. But I think, but not to interrupt, you can go right back to what you were saying. I just want everybody to know what I think about Rodney King and what I think about what's the other guy, Freddie Floyd.
George Floyd.
Yeah, I think they both were. There were shady ass fucking things. I'm not gonna get anything too much. Go ahead, bro.
All right. So Rodney King, I'll tell you about Rodney King. So in like 1990s, you know the big Dookie freaking home videos.
What
Do you
is
remember
it?
those spots? The big home Dookie video thingies there. The camcorders.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
Oh,
so kind of like a news crew camcorder back in the day, right? You slap a VHS cassette in it and shit like that. So what happens was those didn't come commercially available until like the early 90s. And all before that, this is what NWA sing about. This is what I'm not too sure on Run DMC ever like really saying about it, but NWA, Public Enemy, they all talked about how the cops are fucking crooked and how the cops are killing people, the black community, and all this bullshit and all the beatings and shit, especially during the race footage. If you go back and look at the race footage of like the 50s and shit, like I think where King walked over the bridge, like in Thelma. Like they pulled out German shepherds, they pulled out water hoses from the fire hydrants or the fire trucks. They fucking shot them. They fucking beat them with billy clubs, and like they did all the shit. It's all on film, so you can't say it's a conspiracy, right? Because it was actually old footage. So in the 90s, after years of saying, "Hey man, we're getting fucked up by the cops," and just like how they're doing to me, that this is why Trump is going with the black vote, because like they're doing to me, they've been doing to the black community since the last 70 fucking years. If you go back to the 60s, right? Because 60, 40 plus almost 30, that's almost 70 years that they've been doing this shit to them. That this is why the black vote stands with Trump, because the way that they persecuted Trump is the same way they've been persecuting the black community for decades, dude.
Yeah.
And that's why Biden's going to lose the Democratic vote. I really hope he fucking fucked up that party so much that they never get another fucking seat again. Because Trump proved all the shit was fucking true.
Yeah. No, literally. And what are they gonna do? Honestly, look, I didn't get to watch any of like what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get to watch none of that. So
I did. I watched pretty much the whole thing.
No, I watched the whole debate, but what I'm saying is like what they were saying afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the commentary.
Yeah, like I don't know what the professionals are saying. I'm just saying Trump is a piece of shit, but I feel he shouldn't be charged with 34 felonies. That was funny.
Well, all right, so you know how Boomer Esiason goes over the highlights of the fucking game? I don't know if you know who Boomer Esiason is, right? Or Brett Favre or Tom Brady. Yeah. The sports guys, you know, they read the film and shit, kind of like what boxers do. You ever watch Rocky?
Yeah.
All right, so you know how Apollo Creed watches the fights on the fucking big screen before he fights? Or while he's in his off time? He's trying to get cues, right? So the commentaries after the political shit do the same thing. It's just verbal. It's not physical, right? Because they're not duking it out. Oh, look at the left hook Trump threw. You know what I mean? It's not like that. So what they do is they just run over the fucking real tape and say, well, Trump had a good point here. Biden made this point here. And it's just a play thing, like a replay thing. You know what I mean? But the reason why the black people are going to side with Trump is because the Democratic Party has fucked them over for years, and especially with all these fucking migrants. All these migrants come into this fucking country. They got free healthcare. They got free travel, free hotels, free foods. Meanwhile, you got vets like Spock here who fucking barely making ends meet, and they're like, fuck you, bro. Sorry, we're not going to help you. And for years, they owed the black family 40 acres and a mule. For the last 200 years, they've owed them 40 acres and a mule. They will not pay them. And the Democratic Party was the South. The Republican Party was the North, who freed the slaves. And they forget that. And this is why when they seen all these migrants just come into this fucking country and get SNAP and food stamps and SSI and welfare and checks and childcare and all this bullshit, the vets are paying for it. The vets are paying for it because they're getting fucked. They're sleeping on the streets. They're addicted to drugs for the shit that they went through. They're drinking. Some of them are killing themselves. It's fucked up. Because my grandfather was a World War II vet. He never talked about it. I don't know what he did fighting wise, but he was in India. He was in fucking China. He was. Where else did he go? He went to a couple places, like, along the way, right? So, like, I can relate to Spock about that shit, but my father was a pussy. He didn't go to Vietnam. He decided to have fucking kids instead, little bitch. I don't like my father either, dude. I don't like my mother. I don't like my father. They can go fucking suck nuts as far as I'm concerned. And it's
life
fucked
is
up.
very hard, you know.
Well,
For
yeah, but
everybody,
like,
not just veterans. Like for everybody, life is really hard. Like I'm a big advocate for people with disabilities and mental health issues.
right,
I feel
right.
like they don't get like a foot in the door, and they don't get like half of what they need or deserve, you know. And it's just really terrible. But like, you know that jails and or not jails, or I'm sorry, jails are like the biggest mental institutions in the United States. Like they do
And they
more
don't,
mental health medicine than like
and
anywhere else.
they don't get any medical care. I was
Yeah.
locked in that mental ward for 13 days for a suicide attempt, right? It was called an SI, a suicide intent, right? I had a safety harness on that I bought from Amazon with the Trump money so that I didn't fall and kill myself, right? Because that defeats the whole purpose of me throwing a protest. Now, the George Floyd one already happened. You know what I'm saying? So I've already been told no by every agency, including the FBI by this time. So after I went through the local cops, the local DA, the state cops, the state DA. I called the ACLU, the NAACP. I called the bar, and it seemed like nobody wanted to help. And then I called two of the four lawyers on the ACLU paper. One of them told me 25 grand, right? Like, dude, that's half a year's salary for me without paying rent. That's giving all my money to the fucking, actually more than that. It would be like almost 3 years worth of money to pay this lawyer 25 grand to sue somebody else to give me money. It's an oxymoron. It doesn't work like that, right? So then I call this other lawyer, right? Because he's old. He doesn't want to continue, right?
Okay.
Hold on. Who wrote that, Dougie?
Yep.
That's the only one I see is the one that you highlighted.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying
what
to
ended up
highlight
happening?
some shit for you.
If you look at the side there, Dave, there's 3 tabs. Just click the middle one, and it'll be chat.
How's everybody that's in here? How's everybody digging this style? I didn't really. This is not my favorite, but I figured, fuck it, let's do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, then I lose visual because a screen comes over it and I can't see it no more. But it says comments, but it doesn't show you guys. Hold on. I'm learning shit here right now.
Well, while you're learning,
It says,
I'll tell you a short story, and you can tell me what you think.
Hell yeah. Speak,
right.
Spark, speak.
I have a few things I kind of wanted to say about that because, like, you know, I have like a few incidents with police that like I think are controversial and stuff, and that I feel like if they had better training, they could have handled it better. But I'll tell you just in short, Dave, I also have a disability. I have schizophrenia, and I'm not embarrassed about it. You know, I don't like tell everybody.
You shouldn't
That's
be.
not like something I just open up with, but I'm not embarrassed to tell people that. But because of that
I tell
disorder,
people crazy shit.
yeah, but because of that disorder, before I got treatment, I had a lot of things wrong with me. Like I got arrested a few times, and I had a substance abuse problem, and I was homeless. So I had problems like that. But a lot of people with schizophrenia have those problems, you know? So
Right.
I just saying I had run-ins with the police where they were very rude and stuff with me, and they didn't realize I was just a crazy asshole, you know? And then I also went to the VA, and the VA mishandled me.
Yeah.
like I went to the VA in Phoenix in 2012 and 2013, and they like turned me away because the wait was so
All right.
long for veterans. Like I went through a
So,
lot, you know.
all right. So that code 18242, right? They violated that federal code on you because this is what they made me do, right? I had to learn this shit, and fucking, you could actually sue them for that. I went through the same shit up here, like all that shit, right? So I call. All right, Spock. I don't want to cut you off, but
No, it's okay.
are you going to tell me more, or all
No, go ahead.
right? So I contact that lawyer, right? Like, because I don't want to cut you off, dude. You know what I mean? But I talk a lot. So this dude, right? I called this other lawyer on there, and he goes, "Mr. Cavallo, you're 100% right." He's like, fucking. I agree with everything you say, but this is the only problem. I go, "What's that?" He's like, you should have went to law school and became a lawyer, because first of all, you're fucking right. And second of all, he goes, if it wasn't for COVID, he goes, I'd take your case, but I don't want to get sick and die. And I was like, okay, like, what am I going to say to the dude, right? I mean, and so I was like, that's cool, whatever. And he goes, but I give you a recommendation. He goes, if I were you, I'd call the FBI. I go, okay. I call the motherfucking FBI. You know what they tell me? They tell me go back down again. You know, it's the cycle, like you said, Spock. They just send you in circles like a top. You know what I mean? Spin me round, round, baby, round, round. Fucking, it's just unbelievable. But and then, so I think that's when I protested, and Evan, the cop, little fucking dick, he acted like he was like your friend, right? Because they all lie and bullshit. I was like, yo, bro, this is a story. So I wrote down shit on a piece of paper that I had because I didn't want to kill my cell phone just in case I needed it. And I tell him, hey, call the hostage negotiator because I ain't talking with you motherfuckers. You guys are fucked up. And I gave him the number, and he tells me it was a wrong number. Now, I didn't call it, right, prior. So, but I got it off of the web, so it should have been good. So he turns around, he calls, he's like, I don't know what you're doing, but the number is wrong. And I was like, whatever. So then I showed him a video. So do you remember, did you subscribe to my channel the other day, Tim, when I did my phone?
I think so. If everybody else did and you said to, then I believe I did.
All right, so there's a video on there that explains the whole ordeal to a lieutenant. And he goes, if that would have happened, we would have took care of it. But that's not true, because I got the paperwork that says that my mother got a couple $100 for it. So if the cop's saying it never happened, because they would have did something about it, and the fucking mother says, hey, listen, fucking, I only got so much money from it. She's admitting that something happened that she got paid for. But the cops saying, no, it never happened. So right there is a hype.
What is your
my motive?
Not motive. What is your what's driving you to fucking, what are you trying to fucking expose?
All right, so when I got out at 19 years old from reform school, when she locked me up, right? I went to the cops and I said, hey, I want to, fucking get the report. I got the report. I said, the report's wrong. See, I figured if I start with the report, I had the report, I lost the report, but it basically said, Bob hit me, there's an accident. It doesn't say anything about fucking Jesse, right? So Jesse, he turns around and he got sued. So he's on the fucking, the court papers ledger, right? His parents are on that ledger as a defendant. So is Bob. So if you cross-reference my complaint with the ledger, that validates that my accusations are true. So when I went to the police department at 19, I said, hey, this is wrong. I said, I want to press charges. And the cops, same thing then. Nah, well, and I didn't know the law, right? Huh?
Right.
Right, I didn't know the law, so I can't say, hey, I want to charge this dude for a felony 3, because I don't know what the fuck felony 3 is, blah, blah, blah. I'm 19, no Google, no. I think AOL was just coming out. So, unless you know what you're looking for, right? So, but that was their obligation.
You had tablets at that
What's
time.
that?
You had the tablets.
No, we didn't have tablets in 1991.
This guy,
I'm talking about
You had
Bible
the
tablets.
you had the computer stacks in the house with the glass monitors and shit, and the dial-up going doo doo. You know
Dave,
what I mean? So yeah.
this guy said in the comments, he said, we need to get David talking about edging and conspiracies instead.
Right?
But hold on, I'm almost done, right? Like, so, like, couple minutes. Sorry, but we'll
That
get
was just
to
a
the
joke. I thought it was
conspiracies.
just funny.
Nah, it's okay. I don't care. So at 19, I started this bullshit, right? I'm 52. That's fucking 25 years. This motherfucker, 35 years, some shit like that. And so I turn around and I protest. Evan comes. Evan comes and says, "Oh, no big deal." I was like, "Look, bro, this is what I want." And then they brought me to the hospital. I tried telling the hospital, "Hey, listen, this is what went down," which is another 18242 violation. This is especially for you, Mark. Sorry, Spark. Fucking, this is especially for you because if you listen to what I say, you can fucking get a lawyer to help you out with this. So 18242, when I went to the hospital, was supposed to obligated to take my report and say, hey, listen, something's fucked up, something ain't right, because you're telling me this dude's trying to kill himself, and this dude's got a safety harness and fucking flags that, I got a Liberty flag, I got a Don't Tread on Me flag, I got a Liberty flag is a Betsy Ross flag, the star with the circle in it, and then a regular American flag, and then a homemade one that said woke over Uncle Sam with bloodshot eyes like he's fucking stoned. And then I never got to fly him. Yeah, that's getting painted, right? So they send me to a hospital, and I tell the doctors and the nurses, and I'm like, yo, and stupid me, I changed my clothes willingly, right? So I'm in a gurney, and I was like, yo, a Johnny, and I turn around, I'm like, yo, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. So I go to get up to leave, and they're like, you ain't leaving, and I was like, fuck you, I'm not leaving. I went to go leave. The scary guy grabbed my arm. I looked down at him. I was like, yo, motherfucker, get your hands off me. He was like, yo. And then he took his hands off me. But that's not how hospital policy. They can't do that to you. They can't physically restrain you because in the patient's Bill of Rights, you have the right to refuse service at any time and say, hey, listen, I'm not part of this deal. But they were saying your story doesn't match the cop's story. Yeah, obviously, because the cops are fucking lying, but you don't understand. You see my backpack with the safety harness on it. Why ain't you going to believe that I had it with me? Why would I have it if I'm not trying to kill myself? Right? Like, it just doesn't make no sense. So then I was like, fuck this shit. And then Nurse Tony, she was like, yo, I'll give you something that will fucking calm you down. Now, at 14 years old, I got locked up. That's when I learned about Thorazine. Do any of you know what
Thorazine, bro?
Thorazine? You know what Thorazine is?
That's what you take if you eat way too much acid. Go ahead.
Oh, dude, yeah, but it'll make you sleep for 3 days. You'll piss and shit yourself. I've seen it done to people.
That's the whole point.
And they lock you up in 4-point restraints, dude. It ain't nothing nice, man. You come out looking worse than you went in. It was like Ozzy on a Friday night coming out on Sunday. If you ever know about Ozzy. But anyway, so they fucking sent me to the fucking hospital in Boston. So now, and the same thing in Boston. In Massachusetts, you have 72 hours to be held for an observation to make sure that you're not suicidal. Now, I've been to this hospital before in 88. Fucking, the first one was in 86, but the second one was in 88, and this time, same one. So I turn around and I get there, and I know the rules and shit, because they want to fuck with people. Like, you got to know the rules. You want to fuck around, you're going to find out. So I sit there and go in, and I was like, look, bro, this is the fucking deal. I even told the dude in the ambulance, yo, bro, I was planning to escape the fucking hospital, because they left me by the door, and I was just going to walk out, but I had no shoes, no clothes, no nothing, so that was a little fucking obvious. But anyway, so I turn around and I get there and I say, hey, listen, this is the shit. This is what happened. The cops fucking lied. I want out. They were like, well, I was like, whatever, man. Fucking next day, same thing. Listen, what's the deal? I know my rights. Bullshit. Fucking get the fuck out. They're like, no. I start reading every fucking piece of paper on the wall because they don't allow you to have pens, pencils, or fucking anything like that. So I was like, okay. So then I started calling phone numbers on there. And then by the time that the fucking I get to the point where I can sign a paper, let's say you sign it on a Friday. It's a 3-day paper. You have to have this paper signed for 3 days before they can allow you to go before a judge to get the fuck out on your own. Now, mind you, I came in on July 5th, which was a Tuesday, I believe. So I don't find out about this until a couple of late days later. So then I fucking tell the doctor, but the doctor, when I went there before, they would have somebody come down and talk to you for like 45 minutes or whatever, and then they figure out what your deal is and shit like that. And they would do this over a period of time. This time when I went in, the doctor would be like, "Hey, Dave, how you doing?" I'd be like, "What's up?" And they'd be like, "Oh, fucking, how you feeling today?" I'd be like, "Yo, I'm feeling fine. What the fuck's the problem?" And then they'd be like, "Oh, well, fucking, we just want to check how you're feeling and shit." And a couple of days of this goes by for like 2 minutes every day or every other day. And then they're like, "Oh, med time." And I'd be like, "All right, cool, whatever. Go have a good time. Fucking, I'll just sit right here." They're like, "Yo, come here." I was like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "You got to take your meds." I said, "What fucking meds, bro?" I said, "I didn't see no fucking doctor. How you going to give me any fucking meds?" Dude, they were pumping me with Xanax, bro. They're force feeding me Xanax like fucking Olga was to Victor. And there was no happy ending in the end, bro. Like, but anyways, it took me 13 days, and not until I got COVID when I decided, oh, now you motherfuckers did it. I said, if I fucking die in there, I'm gonna sue your asses, which don't make no sense because I'm dead, right? I can't fucking sue.
Xanax right now. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Yeah, they called them mood stabilizers. They didn't even tell you what they fucking were. They told you they were fucking mood stabilizers. So I was like, whatever, bro. So then I fucking got sick with COVID, and I was like, yo, I fucking die, you're done. I started calling more lawyers and shit. Fucking, they were like, yo, you're out of here. I was like, what? I was like, after fucking 2 weeks, you fucking kept me here, and you didn't listen to a word I said. The minute I tell you I'm gonna sue your fucking ass, they refused to give me a business card. They fucking just fucking bullshit. So this is where I stand today. But, I protest my excise bills tax. I registered a car on a Friday, a truck actually, 1988 Dodge Ram 50 with 64,000 miles on it. And it was a stick shift, hardly even broken in. And I registered on a Friday. And Sunday night, Monday morning, this is during COVID too. This is fucked up. Listen to this shit. So I registered on a Friday at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On fucking Sunday night, Monday morning, the garage catches fire. The fucking truck is destroyed. The garage is destroyed. Two Mustangs got destroyed. Like a 68 Camaro got destroyed. A Grand National got destroyed. Fucking a bunch of other cars and bullshit. And then fucking the registry didn't even process my title yet. They just barely put my plates into the system through the insurance company. And then they turn around a couple months later. They say, hey, we want an excise tax bill from you. Now, for that bill alone, the truck was worth $2,000, and I lost $700 worth of Trump money. Didn't see one fucking red cent back from it. Any of them. Not the insurance company. And then fucking finally in due time, now in Massachusetts, if you owe child support or you owe back taxes, if you ever had a situation like mine and you got money back from them, they would keep it and say, thanks for the bill. You finally paid your shit, right? And then they keep your shit. But they sent me back money. The state sent me back money because they admitted, right? They fucked up. So the registration for the plate is $75. So they gave me back $22.50 for 2.5 days worth of registration on a license plate. Tell me you didn't get fucked right there.
I mean, that's bullshit, bro. That's straight bullshit. That's fucking bullshit, bro.
Yeah, bro. All of it. I didn't get no insurance money back. I didn't get anything from fucking
What'd you say,
insurance
Dougie?
company.
What'd you fucking say? Nobody deleted. We don't care about what you say, bro. Ain't nobody gonna delete your shit unless you said like NIGGER or something real hardcore. Ain't nobody. I'm talking as the chat. Nobody's gonna delete your shit.
No, I know because
this right
I didn't
now,
say that. So you know what I mean.
Right now, bro, we're just on subscribers only, bro.
That's cool.
I don't care. I'll tell my story to anybody, bro. I'll walk up to cops and fucking anybody and tell them, yo, this is the fucking deal.
I was just
the
telling
cops
you know.
No, I understand. You know what I mean? But like, this is the whole fucking ordeal. So now
If
I'm
you're
in a
not
Mexico.
subbed and you somehow got in here when it should be on subscribers only, but if you're not subbed, hit that sub. Everybody's subbed here, right? Though, hit one if you're not, or hit one if you're not subbed. How about that? If you're new here, hit one. What's up there, Frozen Salmon? How you doing, brother? Welcome. Sorry, bro, not to interrupt. I was just seeing it. There's people popping in. I didn't really know. JD,
No,
what
it's all
up?
right. I'm gonna go get my phone. I'll be right back.
All right, cool, man. Sounds good.
It take me. All right, take me like 2 seconds.
All
Oh,
good.
I'm old.
Spark, what were you gonna say, bro?
Oh,
I want you, dog.
nothing. I can just relate to this guy. I think Breezy could too. Anyone who's been in a psych ward, but I just don't like. I like being a veteran. Don't get me wrong, but I don't like when people try to minimize what they've been through because I'm a veteran. They're like, well, I'm not a veteran, but I went through like this or that. I tell people all the time, the toughest thing I went through was homelessness. That was tougher than the war. I swear to God,
just making it
So
on the fucking streets.
yeah, because that's even different than a deployment. You don't know when that's going to end. Oh, the streets are like a war zone. You know that.
Yeah. I say that. I mean, not that I agree because I've never been to war, but I say if you can make it on the streets, then you can pretty much make it anywhere, right?
Yeah, dude. And I was homeless in big cities too, like Phoenix. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying, like,
No, you're just saying your story, bro. It's your time to talk, brother.
yeah.
So tell everybody about wait. Tell everybody about the shit that happened to you in Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, I should, dude. So you'll like to hear this, Dave. When I was in
I'm
Phoenix,
listening. Yeah.
in 2014, there was a big investigation at the Phoenix VA hospital because
Yeah.
40 veterans killed themselves while they were waiting for care. And everyone was like, why did that
Wow.
happen? Yeah. And if you look it up right now, you can just Google it 2014 Phoenix VA. It'll come up the
Yeah.
scandal. But it spurred a huge scandal throughout the whole VA. And I was one of the veterans who was involved in that. I swear to God, it's a true story. They came, they told me I was involved in it. They said you weren't getting the care you needed. And I'm telling you, it was really terrible. Like looking back at it now, I like went in and talked to the doctor and they just like turned me away. I told them I was having like hallucinations. I wanted to,
Right.
disalive myself and stuff. And they just turned me away because there were so many, because the VA was so packed with veterans, that they just
Yeah. Yeah.
didn't know what to do.
It's fucked up, dude. Because that's my argument too. So like, I after I got out about now, this happened like I think last year I started. I went to my doctor, my primary care physician, and I was like, "Yo, bro, listen, I'm fucking angry, bro." Now he's a cool dude. He's a younger dude than me, which is really fucked up because usually the doctors are older than me, right? You know what I mean? Fucking this dude's younger than me. I was like, "Look, bro, I'm fucking angry because like you see how the way that I talk with you, I pretty much talk with anybody who I'm not scared of. I won't talk this way to a judge." You know what I mean? Like when you're in front of the court and shit. I have a lot of stage fright when I get put in a situation. Even with cops, sometimes I'll clam up and sometimes I'll just fucking run my mouth. It's a crapshoot. But for example, when I told my doctor that, and I was like, "Yo, get me some help and shit. Whatever, do whatever you gotta do." So he set me up with this chick Cheryl, and Cheryl, it was over the phone. It wasn't in person. I like to talk to people in person. It's easier that way, right? Because you can read their shit and shit. And she's like, well, and I was with her for several weeks, and she was like, well, unless I can prescribe you medication, there's really nothing I can do. Again, that reverts to the 18242, right? Are you writing that number down, Spock?
18 what?
242. It's US 18242.
I don't have a pen. I'll carve it into my desk.
That's high school shit right there, man.
What's up, Crazy Joe?
It's pretty, yeah. It's pretty easy to remember though. It's not that hard. I can throw a few of those off the top of my head. So then
Oh,
she's like, "Well, there's nothing that I can do for you." I was like, "Fine, whatever." So I go back to my doctor. He's like, "What happened?" I said, "She said I wanted drugs, but my problem is not drugs. I don't have a mental fucked up issue. I do in a way, right? But I'm not like fucking dribbling off my lip, going type of deal. You know what I mean?" And so therefore I don't really need medication. So what ends up happening is he sends me to another chick. And so this chick's up here in Dartmouth, which of course I don't have my license because of the whole car thing. But anyway, that's the Mexican standoff bit, right? So I turn around and I go to this other doctor and I explain to the same shit to her that I did to Cheryl. And fucking at the end of like a couple weeks with her, I said, "Whoa, can you fucking help me out under 18242?" And she's like, "I'm sorry, dude." She's like, "My bosses told me to tell you that there are no resources there for us to help you." So, in other words, if I went out and killed somebody and said, "Hey, listen, I'm fucking insane because this is what I went through," I'd still be found guilty and fucking tried because why?
yeah,
Right?
you broke the law.
Right. But nobody helped me prepare for before that. Right? Like he just setting me up basically to take the fall.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the same thing that you are in Spot, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Joe,
Well,
what happened with you, Spark? Did you finish?
well, you can't actually sue the VA for malpractice. They're shielded from malpractice. So even though they were negligent in my case and they caused me more harm and they failed to diagnose me correctly, and because of that, I was homeless for fucking half a decade or more. I had a substance abuse problem. I have an arrest record that haunts me to this day. It's hard for me to get a job, all because of schizophrenia. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say like they could have cured it, but I've been on medicine now for like 5 years, and for 5 years I've been fine. For 5 years I haven't even got a speeding ticket. For 5 years I've had
No
no
shit.
delusions. I haven't had hallucinations like I used to. If I do have problems like that,
Now, if you get stressed out, right? Like say
yeah,
an argument with somebody or like something that brings up that emotion where it causes you to kind of have that flashback, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like not a physical thing, an emotional type of reaction.
well, I mean, I think I kind of understand what you're saying, but
Well,
I'm pretty good now with that kind of stuff, and I use cognitive behavioral therapy to treat it. But I think what Tim wants me to tell you is that I'm in the process of doing a claim with the VA right now. It's
right.
called an 1151 claim, and
Yeah.
basically it's saying that the VA mistreated you. It's like their version of malpractice that you can
Right.
file. And I'm filing a claim with them right now, going all the way back to 2012. So
Well, you should be able to.
yeah, I'm trying to because I'm saying this basically that they failed to diagnose me. They kept turning me away, and I could have killed myself. 40 veterans
Right.
did. I'm like the
Or
way,
killed somebody else.
yeah, or killed somebody. Thank you
And
very much. That's very true.
yeah, because you could have just snapped. You know what I mean?
A lot of veterans do that, and then you're the bad guy.
Right. Well, see, I think the pandemic enhanced that because like all these Karens and Sheilas and all that bullshit, they fucking acted out, dude. Oh my god, you're not wearing a mask. Shame on you, right? Like everybody had the free will to just express themselves and flip out on anybody and do whatever the fuck they wanted. And the looting and the rioting and there's no repercussions for them. You know what I'm saying? So like if you would have flipped out during that time, it would have been an anxiety issue because of all the trauma that you're being exposed to. You're being exposed to a mask. You're being exposed to restrictions, where you can go, what you can do. If you were working, if you couldn't go to work, that's a lot of stress on some people,
Yeah,
you know?
definitely. Stress causes a
So,
lot of things. People don't realize it. It causes that stress disease. I always call it a stress disease. What's it called? Post-traumatic stress disorder. It
Yeah,
causes that.
PTSD.
Stress can cause that, and not just that, but they say that it's stress in your early 20s is what triggers schizophrenia and like other
Right.
mental disorders like depression and bipolar and stuff. Like it's like
Yeah, yeah.
extreme stress in your early 20s. But there's a lot of things like just crazy about mental health, and I don't know. And
Well,
I really liked
going untreated
I
is
like
worse
Back
than.
to the Future, and I like Page Master, and I like him too. Who's that? I like Back
So,
to the Future. Go ahead. Sorry.
so like being not treated is like reliving the whole thing over again, because as you experience the emotions of saying, hey, this is my problem, right? You're reliving it basically, right? Without the physical effects, just psychological. And so when you go and tell a doctor, like, there's times that, like, I see shit on TV or on YouTube. Like, I seen a chick who ran over a dude with her car because he gave her AIDS, right? And then she found out and she hit him. He was on a bicycle and the fucking dude flipped right over the
Wait,
fucking car and hurt
hold
him.
on. The chick hit the dude because he gave her AIDS.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I
And
fucking.
and
I don't
then
see what's wrong with that.
you can YouTube this too, right? So in New York, going back like maybe 5 years now, that they were pushing people in front of trains, right? And even just seeing that is like a flashback for me, where my body cringes, and like, you know how like if you're sleeping or you're comfortable in bed and all of a sudden you jolt, right? Like you just
Right.
shake real fast. That's the type of cringe, right? So like just seeing somebody gets hit makes me flinch because it's like an instant remembrance of that moment in time. You know what I'm saying? So it's me. I don't know. Through the years, I kind of handled it pretty well because I mean, I don't know. I probably could have been like a lunatic and killed everybody that was involved, or fucking went after my mother or whatever, right? I mean, I'm not violent, but I used to fight at a drop of a hat. There was a time that I first got suspended in fourth grade. It was hysterical. I was all proud and shit because I stuck up for myself because this kid was talking shit in class. And back in the day, it was two in the middle, right? Like this in class, and then two on the outside, right, of the classroom. So when you sat in class, two desks in the middle were meeting, and then two had separate rows. This kid was talking shit, and I jumped up right in the middle of class and fucked his ass up pretty good. I got fucked up, but like I didn't care. I fought right in class. I got sent home with a 3-day suspension right from school at 10:30 in the morning. I was in school 2 hours, dude. I come home. I'm like, look, I got suspended. Oh my god, dude, the shit hit the fan. You fucking son of a bitch. Now what am I gonna do for you for 3 days? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I was like, whatever. But my punishment for 2 days of that was sent to my grandfather's house to go refinish the cabinets. Steel wool, the polyurethane type of deal. I don't know if you ever did that, but it's a bitch. You know what I mean? It's a steel wool fucking polyurethane because it grips it so well.
It's that slippery ass shit on the floors
No, on the cabinets.
or cabinets.
Yeah. So that was my punishment for 2 days, just fucking polyurethane and buffing the fucking cabinets in the fucking kitchen. But he didn't play around because like if you did something fucked up, I got hit by him once. My grandfather, he fucking backhanded me. You know what I mean? Fucking, that ain't somebody you want to fuck around with because he was like a stocky old man. But he taught you right and wrong, basically, right? But the dude was a racist too. He was born in 1917. His family came from.
People was racist, they say.
My grandfather.
So was my dad, honestly.
He didn't like black people, and my mother.
My dad.
Are you Italian?
Who?
You.
No.
Irish?
No, Portuguese. My mother and father are both Portuguese.
And Tim, that's even worse. I'm telling you. People like from Ecuador and Portugal and Brazil, they're like the most racist people.
I'm not gonna deny it. I've heard shit coming out of my grandfather's mouth that like people don't even understand. Like,
Some shit in their DNA.
he didn't swear about it all the time. He just didn't like them. Like he didn't want black people at his house. He didn't want black people knocking on the door. He didn't want anything to do with them. If you were a store clerk, he would walk out of the store and just go to a different store. He just didn't bother with them. And one of the rules for my mother, and she was born in 55 ish, right? So she was a boomer. And one of his rules was his daughter's not going to date a black man. What she's going to do? Go sleep with a black man. He writ her out of the will, dude.
That's how.
That's how hardcore he was, dude. And like she had 2 kids with black men, but she only told them that one was one. She lied about the third one. I'm the second one. You know what I mean? So there's 4 of us. So the oldest one, she died from lupus when I was 14. That's a fucked up story too. Because when I went to the store to go buy the Tampax, right? Fucking, I told her to get my older sister to go. My older sister didn't want to go because she was embarrassed because she was a year and 10 months older than me. So she's like 15 years old. So she's just getting her period and shit. And you know how girls are, right? So fucking, she didn't want to go. So I had to go. So when I left with my bike, she was like, "Oh, you're going to get hit by a car." And I was like, "No, I won't. I'll be careful." Sure enough, dude, I got fucking nailed by a car. But growing up, she never shared anything, dude. We got fucking prizes and cereal, and she always fucking took them. She never shared. Like, for instance, in a box of Cheerios, you got a pack of Wrigley's bubble gum, right? It would be Juicy Fruit, Spearmint, Big Red, or Double Mint, or whatever it was, the green one, the white one, the yellow one, and the fucking red one. But so there's 5 sticks in there, and there's 3 kids, right? So even with math, bro, there's 2 extra, right? If she gives everybody 1, and she's still got 2 left over, she benefits, but she refuses. So one day I rip open the box and I find one on the bottom of the box, and I was like, haha, I got my own. Do you know every time we open up a box of cereal, that bitch would rip apart that box and fucking go through the whole thing to make sure I wouldn't get another one?
Damn.
So when I got hit by the car, the bakery dude who called the cops to say, hey, there was a kid that just got hit by a car, he comes out before I leave and says, when you're feeling better, come see me. I was like, all right, cool. About 3 weeks later or so, I come back. He's like, here, there's 2 boxes of donuts, 12 donuts in each box. I was like, awesome. Yo, I brought that shit home and I ate them all.
I would smash some donuts right now. What do I got? Do I got any good sweets? I'm fucking munching. Fucking, I hear you, brother. Juicy fruit was the best flavor. I love some juicy fruit, dude.
Well, the thing was, the point of that was I didn't share with her. I didn't share with my younger sister because she never shared with me. Yo, and you know what she said to me after that? She was like, you know something, I wish you would have died in that car accident. I said, you know something, I wish you were dead. She died, bro.
Did you really say that shit?
Yep. That's how we were, bro. That's the way it was growing up. We were vicious. The bitch fucking threw knives at me, guy. Your own sibling tosses knives at you. That's fucking pretty vicious, you know what I mean? I don't give a shit. I tell the world, bro. I'm not fucking scared.
Hey, man, we've all been there.
No, I know, but this is just all the bullshit that, like, so it's just quite ironic that she said I was gonna get hit by a car, and then I got hit by a car. That's the fucked up part. Like, why'd you gotta jinx me? You know what I mean? But if I went straight instead of trying to stop and cross the street, I probably would have never got hit. But you don't know that because you didn't do that. But yeah, 18242 is a good thing. You can use it against anybody. You can use it. You could probably even use it against that individual doctor spot, not the VA itself. You can probably get that in.
I feel like I've got a pretty good case just because I
So
have
tell
such
me
a
your
long
case
record.
though. So what you about to get? Like, there's a whole lot of people already. It's basically he's just joining a case that's already going down, right?
Oh
Me?
yeah,
Or
I
him?
mean it's not a legal tort. It's not like a federal lawsuit against the government. It's a federal investigation that they did already, and I'm just claiming to be one of the veterans that was affected by it. But they already did an investigation into it, and the VA was wrong. So if you were affected by it, you don't have. They're not going to do a new investigation. They just have to prove that you were one of the veterans. That's all they have to prove, basically. So the work's already done for me. Like it got done when Obama was in office. I just never filed a claim. You know, but at the same
Yeah.
time, I didn't know I was misdiagnosed until like
Right.
4 or 5 years ago. But this
Right.
is in like 2012, 2013. I'm talking about this happened to me.
Have
So,
you ever watched Roadhouse?
yeah, not the new one though.
Okay.
The new one was kind of shitty.
I picked up a very important lesson in that movie. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. The lesson in that movie is when he gets stabbed in the ribs and he goes to the doctor, the pretty blonde doctor, and then he pulls out his medical report and she goes, "Oh, you walk around with your medical report?" And he goes, "Yeah, it saves time. You should collect every piece of medical evidence that you can so that you have it down the road because I don't know if it's like this in every state, but in Massachusetts, after 3 years, it gets deleted."
Well, that's great advice. Okay, first off, I'm going to say that, but secondly, I'll say this: I've talked to someone at the VA already, and they told me to talk to a veteran service officer, and I thought that's good advice. But one time, like a few years ago, I was a veteran service officer, and I'll tell you
Right.
what, you have to read the manuals and do your own research, and nobody's going to advocate as hard as you're going to advocate for yourself. Like, you should know that if you're disabled, nobody cares about you as much as you should care about yourself and fight for yourself.
I think
You
that's
know?
with anybody, really, bro.
Yeah,
Well,
so
that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Like out of all the people that I told, nobody fucking steps forward to fucking say, "Hey, let's do the right thing."
yeah, I don't even rely on people. Like, I mean, not that you shouldn't. I just have an unhealthy amount of distrust for most people. Tim knows that.
Right.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is that what's swearing an oath to something, like doctors, I swear an oath to do no harm, right? But if you kill a patient because you did something fucking wrong, you broke that oath, and then you're supposed to go before the bar and say, "Hey, listen, is it malsuit, or was this something that it just was gonna happen anyway?"
Hmm.
Right? Like, did I leave a stitch that I didn't do, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't stitch them up, or I nicked their liver while I was trying to cut something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if it was done intentionally or it was done unintentionally, where the consequences are, well, they were gonna die anyway, or they died because I did that.
Well,
Right.
you know what they would do to me, and I'll even tell them this, like if they want to hear it, is they would put my appointments so far out in the distance that it was unrealistic for me to reach them because I was homeless and because I was like had mental health issues. So I would go into the emergency room and I'd be like, "Look, I need to be seen right now. I'm trying to do a walk-in emergency visit," and I'd go in there and they would turn me
Right,
away as a veteran who at the minimum had PTSD. Do you know what I'm
right,
saying? So, and this is another thing that's shitty about like the government is like they want to fight all these useless, pathetic wars and all this shit, but then they don't want to dish out the cash afterwards. Like this is only one generation of veterans they're going to have to pay. That's such a small fucking little amount of money to the government to pay 1% of disabled veterans. You know what I'm saying? Like a pussy
right,
ass pension. Just for their measly lives that'll probably never even add up to like a few $1 million. Like maybe you'll get like $1.5 million over the course of your life. That's like nothing. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, you're missing limbs and your mental health, you're living in the gutters. It's just
right.
disgusting. Like
Well,
Trump was
you
saying shit about like the administration was best under him. And I will say this, I saw more people get fired. I saw the VA changed more. Like they were more scared of him. They were more like, we
Right.
need to get shit fixed. You know,
Right.
like under the Democrats, under Obama and under Biden, I don't want to get too political, but they just let that shit slip again. And I think the
Obama
VA is
was a
getting fucked up
joke.
again. Obama was what?
A joke.
Oh yeah.
Like people on SSI did not get a COLA increase, right, for like 3 years, but he gave away cell phones to everybody. How much did those cell phones cost?
He did a
You
lot
know
for
what I'm
his
saying?
people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. And to boot, they didn't only just give them cell phones; they gave them phone cards every month.
Yeah, and under his administration, he had Obamacare. It was never easier to get Medicare and food stamps and
No,
stuff like that. Never
no.
easier. And that's what Democrats administration should be about. Like, look, if you're going to be a Democratic administration, at least do that shit. Like, Biden's like in the middle, half-ass and everything. Nobody's getting
Right.
anything they want. You know?
Right.
Except for
And
the illegal.
right. Well, that and the cronies.
That's a
All right.
real thing too.
Do you know what an earmark is?
What's that?
An earmark. Okay, so if you ever watch Congress shit, I watch a little bit of it. I'm not a big fan of Congress shit. But if you listen to the Congress shit and you hear them, oh, we're going to pass a bill, HR, whatever, and so wants 400,000. So, you know that dude, what's his name? He had the stroke. Fetterman? John Fetterman? So John Fetterman said, "Oh, I need 100 mil. I need $1,400,000 for podcasts, and I'm gonna earmark 400,000 for podcasts, but my state needs $1.4 million. So he got 400,000 for an earmark to put in a special lobbying type of thing. They do it all the time. One time it was for frogs, and other times it was for moths, and they come up with all this bullshit. And what it is, it's a way to skim money off the system. Because that 400,000, what is he paying a podcaster? 10 grand, 5 grand, 400,000 can go a long way. You know what I'm saying? That money's going in his pocket, and that's how Nancy Pelosi got all her money. That's how fucking Biden got all his money. That's how Schumer got his money. And AOC's probably doing it because that's the way they all work. I don't know about Republicans, but I know of John Fetterman, who was a Democrat, who is now planning on flipping and going to the fucking Republicans.
Right.
He's seen through that bullshit. The government, the Democrats claim that they're for the people, right? They're for the black people, they're for the poor people, but they're not.
They're
right.
Not.
And
they're more racist than any of them, bro. It's crazy.
And they're all for themselves. You know what I mean? They're all for themselves. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's all about them. Biden owns 3 homes. You showed him the other day, Tim. He has a vet. That vet's like $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 if you try to buy it off of somebody. If he's the poorest man in the fucking Senate, how do you acquire all this money? Kickback, skimming, something.
Ukraine, China.
Yeah, that too. Ukraine, fucking everything. You know, it's just fucked up how they hold. Like, you didn't pay that dollar in tax. They're gonna come back and say, "Well, now you owe us $100 plus that $1 that you didn't file on your taxes."
Seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, they're not paying tax. Listen to this shit. If I run for Congress, right, this is what I get. I get a food allowance. I get a fucking gas allowance. I get a chauffeur's license, meaning somebody drive me around. I got bodyguards. I get to take business people out to fucking dinner, and the taxpayers pay for it. Fucking, they're paying me I don't know, $50,000 a year salary or whatever. But, you know, I get nice suits. I get fucking nice shoes. I got a nice car. I got a nice house. Where's all that shit coming from?
Taxpayers.
Right? Taxpayers, and also fucking getting cuts from other countries and shit, right? Like the whole Obama thing, right? Let's say, you know how if you didn't buy insurance that you would get a penalty on your taxes saying that you didn't have insurance and you had to pay tax money for it as a fine?
Right.
Where was that money going? Was it going 10% for the big guy Obama? 15% for Obama? Obama's living in a nice mansion on the fucking vineyard for the summer.
Bro,
The
what about right
Kennedys.
now? All that money that even Biden's bringing in is going right into Obama's pocket, bro.
Right.
Did you
25
hear
million.
Michelle came out
Let's-
like 8 hours before the debates and said that she wasn't supporting Joe Biden?
Who
Who?
did?
Michelle Obama did.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no, sir.
8
They're
hours
gonna pull.
before the debates.
They're gonna pull a switcheroo.
I'm
Biden's
feeling.
gonna-
I've been saying it, bro. I've been saying it since, bro. I can't wait to start pulling up old videos from fucking years ago. I'm gonna shit on everybody. I got videos from years of me saying it. Woo! I knew
Yeah,
it.
it's fucked up because they're gonna play a switcheroo. I heard Hillary was gonna be fucking nominated as fucking president
I
for
was gonna
Biden,
say,
Disgusting.
I
but
was
they're not gonna put.
say, dude.
They're not
I
gonna
did
put Kamala in.
Damn right, bro. I've been saying this shit fucking back on fucking Strange Days and shit. I was saying this shit, bro. When Biden,
Yeah.
like, literally, I've been saying it fucking for a long time.
I bet you they're gonna knock fucking Joe Biden out permanently.
Yeah, dude, they might even like put him out. Like he might even go to
Well,
sleep. You know?
That's what I'm saying. They're gonna fucking take care of him so that he don't go to jail.
Yeah.
And whoever's in fucking the Democratic Party becomes president or whatever, whether it's Hillary, it's not gonna be Kamala. It's either gonna be Gavin Newsom from California. See, my thing is that I think what they're gonna do is that they're gonna have some fall guy that's old enough to croak at the top, and then they're gonna have a plant come in behind him. And then if that person's old enough, they're gonna stay there, and then the whole party runs the house, right? The whole party runs the White House, not just that individual. So I think that's their plan, is to stack the vote so that no matter what, it's always a Democrat that's in office and who's always going to be pushing the agenda of whoever's running the clique in the fucking Congress and the Senate. That's Pelosi's plan, I believe. And AOC. Did you see AOC? I can't even say her fucking name. Did you see AOC in the Bronx?
Yeah, man. I covered it a little bit with the fucking racist ass Bowman dude who lost to the googly fuck.
So AOC was like one of those girls you see on Girls Gone Wild.
Yeah.
You know, she's all fucking acting like a college chick, right?
She loves those town motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's a fucking game, dude. It's a game. That's all it is. They're gonna say, how far can we fucking fleece the people to fucking give us what we want? And meanwhile, like, she went to the fucking some dinner, like fucking I don't know the name of it. She went to a dinner where she had a white dress on, and in red it said "Eat the Rich," right? Do you know how much a plate of food for that fucking dinner was? It was like $35,000, dude. How much money did she spend on her fucking dress? Another $7,000? You're looking at like 4,000. Yeah, $4,200 fucking for that dinner, not including her chauffeur, her security, the fucking gas that they use in the car to bring her there, the car to bring her home, the alcohol that they're drinking.
More than she is, she probably got jizz on that dress and fucking ruined. Fucking whore.
She's a college chick that signed away her rights for a T-shirt to be on Girls Gone Wild so that she can flash her titties.
Yeah, she definitely would, dude. She would definitely suck off half of Palestine if she could get the chance.
I wouldn't doubt her.
I'd let her suck me off, though. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'd definitely edge in AOC's face.
Yeah,
Bust the big.
she's not a bad-looking chick. She's just fucking blonde. No offense to blonde people, but you know, she's fucking blonde, dude. She's out there. Like, she goes during the Congress hearing. She asked, I think James Comey.
Bro, I think it's a show, bro.
Can you tell me the definition of a RICO? And he goes, a RICO is a bunch of different shit. And she goes, no, that's not a RICO. Like, yeah, that is the definition of a RICO. So fucking you're an airhead. Laundering money, gambling, drug dealing, gun smuggling. That's all RICO charges shit. You know what I mean? So whatever. I mean, these are the stupid people that put these people in office, man. We're fucked.
Yeah.
We're fucked, man, because it's bullshit, dude. You got these fucking stupid young stupid fools who believe everything that they're told. They're making them dumber in the educational system. I mean, when I went to school, we in second grade, I can remember far back as 4 years old. But in second grade, we used to say the Pledge of Allegiance before class. Fucking, that type of shit. We weren't really hardcore fucking patriots, but we at least, did the Pledge of Allegiance, and fucking that type of shit. And now they don't do that. They don't teach kids how to fucking like. In 10 years, kids won't have a pencil, and a paper. They ain't gonna know what it is because they're all gonna be on tablets and shit, right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, these kids are getting stupider and stupider.
They teach them to hide under their desks and shit.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear my prediction? I have a prediction that I'm calling right now, and it'll probably happen in our lifetime. But I think that it'll soon switch from countries to corporations own land that people live on. It'll be like the United Territories of Apple or like Island Google, you know what I'm saying? And that's where people will live, and they'll have their own laws according to like, those rules. I really feel, that's my prediction. I feel like governments are going to start going bankrupt and selling their land or something like that.
Yeah, and cursive's not even in the fucking vocabulary no more, brother. Yep. It's Microsoft Farms, bro.
Thank you, dude. This guy gets it.
So that's what I was telling Tim the other day. I don't know if he remembers, but Rosa Corey. Do you remember that name?
What is it?
Rosa Corey?
No. Shoot
the Agenda 21 chick.
Okay, go for it. Let everybody else know.
So Rosa Corey, she worked as a land surveyor of sort for the state of California. And she was like, kind of like us, if we see something, we're going to say, hey, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. So what happens was she brought up, now, if you look at California where it is now, this is exactly what's going forward. So, yeah, like if like they're using diseases as everything as an excuse now, right? First it was COVID, now it's swine, now it's fucking bird flu. It's always something, right? So they like if you want to build a deck or a porch in off your house, you need a permit, right? And that permit costs money. And then they have a building inspector come out, make sure it's 16 inches between each beam and all that bullshit, and make sure that there's hooks and brackets and all that. And then, so what happens is California went way overboard with Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, you can't have a weed whacker, a leaf blower, fucking, like, it's like the homeowners association, but on steroids. So, like in the homeowner, they took on a vet for flying an American flag, and he was a World War II vet, and he fought them tooth and nail in one where he could fly the flag because it didn't meet their codes, and they had to rewrite the code so that he could keep his flag because he won in court. But Rosa Corey,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
She worked as a land surveyor, right? And she came across this shit about the Agenda 21. Now, when I was a kid, when I say kid, a late teen, in 1991, Bush Sr. went down to Brazil, and there was this big protest about Agenda 21, and we don't want it, and the Brazilians were pissed at it. They were having protests and marches and all kinds of shit. And I listened to what they say, and everything that they say is what we already have, or what we're told that we have here in America. And I was like, well, that doesn't make no sense, because we already have it here. We shouldn't be involved with that, because that's not us. Maybe a communist country or whatever. That's one thing. So I was like, whatever. But years later, I came across Rosa Corey, and Rosa Corey pretty much went down where if you own a piece of land anywhere now, not just in California, if you own a piece of land in anywhere, you're not able to have a septic tank. They're already pushing shit over here like this. You can't have a septic tank no more because it drains into the ground, and the ground goes into groundwater, and the groundwater goes into the stream goes into the river and pollutes the fish, and that's how you get E. coli poisoning and shit. Okay, that's acceptable. So you got to connect to the city. So then they tell you, well, now you got to connect to the city. You can't have fireplaces no more. Now you can't burn wood no more. And then once they get the wood burning stuff down, then they go after oil. Then they want to take your natural gas away and give you electric. Now, if you run everything on electric, cars, fucking national grid, everything, our shit is like 1900. Our shit is not upkeep up to date. That's why in Texas, like 10 years ago, whatever, 6 years ago, there was a big winter storm and it fucking blew up their whole power supply. Now, Texas hasn't, you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. So in Texas, they have their own power grid. They are not connected to like what you and I have. You have Pacific PGE, Pacific Gas and Electric. That runs the whole west coast. And over here, it was Com Gas and Electric, and then it switched hands, and then it went to Everlast and some shit like that. But anyways, they run like the East Coast, which is from like New York all the way to Maine, type of deal. And I don't know how far south, but they got power plants all over the place anyway. So they're going to take away the wood. They're going to take away the gas. They're going to take away the oil. Next, it's going to be electric. And if you can't hold the power grid down, then you're going to have rolling blackouts like they do in New York in times when people run their ACs and shit. Now you're going to have rolling blackouts because you got to save electricity because you can't overheat the power lines, right? Because the power grid can't handle it. And so like Rosa Corey was talking about that, how they're going to tap your wells. They're going to monitor how much water you're using. You won't be able to build anything on your shit. She also came across the fact that we ain't going to have the United States of America no more. It's going to be United Regions of America. In other words, Maine, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut are all going to be one region. That's going to be the Northeast region. So it's going to be one big state. And what they're doing is that they're trying to break up the states to regions so that you can run underneath the region because you have one authority type of figure. I can't think of the word. Like, anyways, you have one dictator basically, right, for the whole region, and then you have little fucking homeowners that run around and do your mayor shit type of deal. And then they're gonna break up the whole United States into different regions, and then they're gonna dismantle the borders, and they're gonna say it's for animals to travel back and forth. That's why they're kind of doing the whole border thing, is that they're trying to say, well, because if you look at the border on some pieces, there is no fence at all there whatsoever. And over the last 60, 80 years, there should have been a fence put up somewhere. But they don't do a fence because, like in California, too many animals get hit by cars crossing the highway. They actually built land bridges going across the highway that have grass on them so that the animals don't attempt to cross the highway. They put up fences that funnel them in like cattle to that certain area that's allowed for them to cross. And that's how they travel back and forth because the population of the animals is in decline. One, people are hunting them. Two, people are running them over with their cars and all that bullshit, right? And you're devastating their habitat. And so what happens is now the population decreases, right? And then you have inbreeding. And if you have inbreeding, then it's going to fuck up the genomes to the animal, and it's not going to be able to mutate into a better animal, right? Like genes type of deal. So that's why they adding land bridges to highways, and they're also trying to get rid of the borders because with a border wall, you can't cross as an animal, say a deer, a wolf, or whatever, right? Because you can't hop a 20-foot fence. You understand what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
So Rosa Corey exposed all this, and this is why I was telling you about the other day. This whole Agenda 21 is the same socialism shit that they're trying to do. They're trying to like replace the American people with immigrants who are going to work cheap so that you can save shit cheap. Well, how do you get cheap labor? You get rid of the border and you allow them to come here because they're willing to work for $3 an hour instead of the people that want to flip burgers at Burger King for $20 an hour.
It's true. That's why Trump said, hey, these illegals are coming to take your fucking jobs. It's not just the blacks, it's the Hispanics, it's everybody. Y'all fucking get ready. Like, he said that tonight.
Yeah. And if you look at what...
That was one of the realest things. The one thing he was really real about, he really nailed, I thought, was the border. I think that was his strongest point. I think he nailed January 6th. I think he nailed a lot. I think he nailed a lot of the stuff, dude. There was a few things that were a little off about maybe. Sorry to interrupt. Maybe about the. I thought it was. I don't know. There was just the weather. I don't know. There was some things I didn't vibe with, but for the most part, right? What do you
Right.
think? I'm waiting to hear. I wanted to hear Sparks' fucking opinion because see, Sparks so in between. I wanted to hear Sparks because tomorrow I'm gonna be going ham on cats. I'm sure because there's gonna be people that are gonna be telling me that Trump won or something. You know what I'm saying? I have a feeling. I mean, not Trump won, Biden won.
When I grew up, I always wanted to go for the underdogs. And I heard that, like, when I was growing up, that Republicans were, like, the bigger party and that Democrats were the smaller party. So I kind of wanted to be a Democrat. And I kind of wanted to be a Democrat, like, going into the military, even, like, when I was 18. But then I had such a bad experience with that political party because, Obama, if you, like, listen to him when he was running, he said he was going to pull the troops out of Iraq, out of Afghanistan. You know what I'm saying? He was going to end the war. He was going to do so many good things for the military. He did nothing. The war went on until just recently when Biden pulled the troops out. So like through like 3 administrations more. You know what I'm saying? It was just ridiculous. So
And Biden's pull out of Afghanistan was just not even right. You know what I'm saying?
dude, I heard
It
people
won't.
were throwing babies over the fence.
Yeah, well, like, so Afghanistan, right? The last base, I forgot the name of the base, but what Trump had a plan for it, right? Biden prematurely ejaculated and ended up in the jizz corner with that one. He fucking said, "Fuck it, let's go. You're moving out, and we're gonna leave all the shit behind. We're gonna leave weapons. We're gonna leave fucking tanks. We're gonna leave all this shit, helicopters, everything behind." And yeah, we'll just toss a grenade in some of them, and that's it. Now, Iran probably has some of that shit to reverse engineer. Russia guaranteed has some shit that to re-engineer that we have because I'm sure we didn't take everything out that we were supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in China, in China's all over the place, dude. China has been our adversary since Nixon. Nixon was in presidency when I was born. And Mao was there, which is before Z. Well, I'm not sure if Z was in there that whole time, but Mao died in the late 50s because they showed black and white footage with him with Nixon, and Mao killed like millions and millions of people with starvation, as like North Korea does. Right? They don't have good healthcare system. They have poor quality food, and that's the way China was run. But if you allowing the enemy to get your equipment, they can find your flaws and just use it against you because they can study it for as long as they want.
I dig it. I'm on like my third dab protege. I was listening to you. He said I'm about to smoke his other half. I'm like, bro, I've done like 3 dabs sitting here. That's the one thing I kind of do like about it is I can have it to the left of me. I can't even see it. It's kind of nice. Can you?
He had no
I can't
plan.
see it.
Biden had no plan.
Yeah, Biden makes me, just. I mean, have you heard like the people who were testifying against his son talk about how he was the head of that criminal, franchise, and he had, what's it called? Something like deniability, something like that. It's just like really sick. It's like when I think of like criminals and stuff, and then he's like putting like how Trump kept saying tonight, he's weaponizing the justice system against his political parties.
That's
I
what I
was like,
was saying to
he's
you when it happened and when I was all pissed off. I didn't never heard Trump say that. That's just how I felt. But go ahead.
yeah, but he was saying it like you're
Yeah.
doing that, so he's putting that out there. It's not like something that it's not like a conspiracy or something. It's like what even Trump is saying is happening. And, so I just feel like that kind of shit's crazy. But yeah, I get what he's saying to you about the other half. And honestly, when it's me, I just put a Mountain Dew can like this, and then I've been smoking.
Like, do any of you Any of you old enough to remember when we went into Iraq?
Oh, for Desert Storm?
Yeah.
I do, but I was like just old enough to remember like Bush was president.
Wasn't that like
I
92?
was in like 4th or 5th grade.
Bush was in 91 for Iraq.
Oh,
So
91.
Was it Clinton?
Clinton was in before Bush.
No. Senior, bro.
Oh, so it went Reagan, Bush Senior, Clinton for 2 quarters.
So I'm pretty sure Bush Senior got us into Desert Storm. Yep, that's what I'm thinking of, protege.
Yeah, he did.
Desert Storm. That's what I'm thinking of.
He did, and that was around 91.
Yeah.
Because I was in high school. I was 19 years old. It was no slack for Iraq.
Yeah.
I was in like 2nd, 3rd, or 4th grade or something.
Yeah, I was in my last year of high school.
Dig it. No, but I do you think that if Trump, or do you think it's the powers to be are just gonna be or have their own say anyways? But like, do you think that when Trump is saying, hey, look, y'all, if I get in there before I even get sworn in as president, I will have the wars already stopped? Do you believe he means when he says that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because as soon as he wins the election, he's technically the president, but he doesn't take the official order as president, right? And as president, you can't really officially do anything, but you go, hey, I won the election. So, by the way, I'm the new man in charge, and let's talk some shit. And that's what he's going to do with Putin. And he's going to say, listen, bro, we got to come to an agreement here. You know, you can't sit there and fucking quit. But Putin's getting nervous because Putin already wants to agree to a settlement where the territory that he gained from Ukraine, that he wants to keep and he'll stop. So he's already nervous about fucking Trump winning fucking shit because Trump killed Imani, I think that's his name, something like that, from Iran.
Yeah, talking about. He brags about that shit like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he does. He brought it up tonight.
He like carries that shit like a fucking on his belt buckle, bro.
Hell yeah. Yo, Obama killed U.S. citizens with drone strikes, dude.
Right.
Yeah, at a hospital.
Right.
Yeah, that really happened. You know, that's not a lie. That really happened.
Oh, I know it happened.
Like, you know, I could cry thinking about that. That's a very sad story.
Right. How can a U.S. president kill its own people? You're not any better than a dictator. If you're killing your own people, regardless how you're killing them, you're killing your own people.
Yeah. No,
You
you're
just
right.
say thank you to Custody. He said he was in Operation Telic, which was the UK Joint Operation South Border attack with Operation Freedom. That's really cool, dude. I never heard anyone who's part of that, so that's really cool.
Hey, if you want to come on, bro, if you're bored or if you feel like you don't have to show your face. If you got anything you got to say, protege, you can come on, man. Today's the day to do it. If you want on, today's the day, bro.
I never did this before. This is my first time.
Hey, man, that's cool. I'm glad you got to come on and share your story, dude. You know?
Yeah, man.
I love being able to put a face to people I got to see alienated this week.
Absolutely, dude.
If there's anybody in the chat that's watching that has some shit, you know, I would love to see a black dude with the British accent, bro. I would laugh. I'm not gonna lie, but it'd be all love though.
Yeah.
If there's anybody that's got a story that they want to tell, man, you know, I'm gonna want to see your face. Make sure you're legit, no cocks or nothing.
Right.
And, you can pop on with us, and you can tell your story if you got one.
Well, this is why, like, okay. So the first time I met you, right? I told you about that dude Womp Womp, and I was like Trump 24, and the motherfucker banned me. So then I came back, and I was like, yo, that's fucked up, and he banned me again. And then one day I hit you up on one of your messages of your videos, and I was like, "Yo, man, your boy Womp Wump is a wimp wimp." Fucking- and then like you answered me back, and then I deleted it because I was like, "Fuck you!" I give you a thumbs down, and I fucking delete it. But eventually I came back, right, and fucking, you're a cool cat. I like listening to you. You fucking have interesting shit. So, I've been hanging out with you for a little while. I don't know how long, but probably a couple weeks now. And fucking, that's why, like, the other day I asked you, like, about going live and shit. Like, how do you get live? Because I don't know none of this shit, right? So that's why I was like, yeah, I need 50 subs. Well, either I can create 50 accounts, which I really don't want to do because I'm not that tech savvy, right? Like, fucking, I don't have 50 devices and shit. So I was like, yo, man, like, I need 50 subs. So I made some shorts where you didn't even, like, see anything but, like, shadow type of deal, right? Like, yo, dude, like, give me 50 likes and all some shit. And, because that's what I want to do. Like, I want to expose the fucking shit and show.
bro. Say something, man. Like,
No, but this
you
is
got a lot
like,
to say. Just say something and put a short out. Like
well,
for me, bro, I just talk some brown shit, maybe like a little this or that.
well,
And then, yeah.
if you look at my phone one, right? So if you sub to my phone one, I think I don't know how to do it. I don't know if you know how to do it, right? But if you look up my name, it's East Coast Crazy Joe, New Bedford, Massachusetts, and then you sub to that, or you look at my YouTube page, I guess, right? I don't know if you have to sub, but it might be private and you might have to sub. I don't know how this shit works, anyways, because I'm new to this shit. Like, I'm 52, but I'm fucking new, and I have a video on there. I did the
Wait,
same
hold
thing.
on. Is this it right here?
Let me see. I can't see it.
East Coast Crazy Joe, Bedford, Massachusetts.
Yeah, that should be me because it's a long ass name and it's only me. You know what I mean?
That's you right
Oh,
here.
hold on. I can't see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get rid of. Yeah, that should be me.
All right.
I mean, I posted that in a comment, but hold on, I can check for you right now because I'm on
Well,
two devices.
I got your comment on the screen so everybody could see it.
Oh, so no, that's not it. That's the like the name that I used or whatever. It's Crazy Joe. Hold on, I'll type it in.
Okay.
It's Crazy Joe 148. So it's just all lowercase letters.
Sparks probably like, I'm tired now. I'm like, bro, I want a story from Sparks. We still got shit to say.
148.
I don't know where his brain's going with it. I just did a dab of some Michigan shit.
Oh, Michigan shit.
Yeah, I busted out some Michigan crumble. Did a fucking dab of it. I
You
think
know
it was
what?
blackberry.
So
Like
can you
for
see that?
Yep, I got you
Okay.
here.
So that's it, right? So if you look at that now, I took my phone, right? Oh, how come my shit's paused over here? Did it freeze?
Nah, you're good. You're still good. Might
Oh,
be on
because on this one so you can't see. Well, on this one, right, I can see it. But anyways, I had my phone like this in my pocket, so there's a lot of this left and right going on. But it'll make you dizzy, so I don't recommend like staring at it. But just listen to it. If you listen to what I tell him, you'll hear the cop say, well, if that would have happened, we would have took care of it, because I specifically mentioned why, right? And then if you go back and listen to real close, right around the same time, you'll hear me tell him, I think Officer, Smurf should file my money report. No, Jason Vieira should file my money report against my mother, since he told me, well, you get money every month, what are you crying about? That's irrelevant, bro. That's nothing to do with fucking apples and oranges. But the other dude, Sergeant Smurf, right? I told the lieutenant that Sergeant Smurf should file the report on the dude who kicked me in front of the car, since he wants to be an asshole and threaten me. Right? You know what I mean? So like, give him a specific task to be an asshole. I make you take the shit. But for example, like you in the military, Spock, right? Fucking, when you enlist into the service, You are representative to the people that come after you, and you're supposed to honor those who come before you, right? Like, be a better example of the people that came before you to be an example for those who come after you.
Yeah, there's a lot of rules and stuff.
Right. And the same thing goes with cops. If there was a bad cop that was on the force before, for you to make the cops look good, you got to be better than that bad cop and show the people in the future of the cops that this is who we are now. Right? Like, this is be a better example of. But they don't, and they still continue the same bullshit that they've been continuing for years of, nope, I'm not going to do it. Sorry. Fuck you. Oh, pump, pump, pump in the face. Like with the whole Rodney King thing. The whole Rodney King thing was, for the decades that the blacks have been complaining that the police department has been cruel and beating them up and shooting them up and all kinds of shit, there was no proof. Not until those camcorders came did they have proof of Rodney King, who was speeding, and they stopped him. And then you see all these cops come, and then you see him with billy clubs fucking beating the fucking shit out of him while he's laying on the ground all curling, trying to not get hit, and they just keep fucking pounding him with wooden billy clubs and metal billy clubs and shit. And then if you look in the background, if you pause the film, there's at least 13 other cops in the back that are watching all the shit goes down. So if you're supposed to be a better example of the ones that come before you and set an example for those who come after you, you are not doing a very good job. You are actually failing because you're incompetent, because you're not doing what you said that you promised that you said you would do. Right? So where's the accountability?
No, you're right.
There's no more
You should be held
accountability.
more accountable.
Right.
Be held
And
to a
like,
higher standard.
I watched this other dude. He calls himself a constitutional law scholar. I don't know if you want me to say his name, but anyways, he's a blonde-headed dude with glasses, and he films cops all the time about what they do, and he's always saying reverse Terry versus Ohio and hashtag accountability and all this bullshit. Like, take away accountability. No, take away immunity. So cops have an immunity to do anything they want without being prosecuted, because all they need to say, well, it was in part of the job description that I was allowed to do this, and so I busted a dude's eye socket, but he was resisting arrest. So, but you should still be.
They fucking stand with each other no matter what, bro. Like any other gang or.
Right, and that's what they are. They're a gang in blue because there's no accountability for their actions. Now, does a victim deserve to have the eye socket popped out of place type of deal because he was like throwing his arms around or whatever, saying no, 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 you're not going to arrest me? Or did the dude pull a knife out on you and you had no choice but to crack him in the head with a fucking billy club? Right? Like, there's two different examples.
Right.
So,
right.
Excessive force and non-excessive force. So this is where the accountability should come in, because if you're supposed to lead by example and be better than those that did wrong before you, you should set an example for those who come after you. So this is the way you're supposed to act. Like my grandmother's nephew, right? She was born in 1925. My grandfather was born in 1917. So my grandmother had a nephew, and he kind of lived with them growing up because his father had too many kids, right? Because back then they had a lot of kids. And so he came to live with my grandmother's family, mother and father and shit. But the kid went on to do good things. He ended up going to school and becoming a state trooper. I have several state troopers in my family from Massachusetts, right? A bomb squad dude, a state trooper dude. Well, they're all state troopers, but like, the bomb squad fucking shit like that. And then there's another one. And then I have like two other family members that are in California that are also sheriffs and shit. So my respect to the law was different than those people that I grew up around. But I was taught a certain way that this is how it's supposed to be done. And, you do the right the first time, you wouldn't have to do it right twice, right? So, but that's where the lack of accountability comes in, because, like I said, if you're supposed to swear an oath to uphold the law and the Constitution, your job as a public servant, official, whatever you want to call yourselves, you are obligated to uphold my law as if it's your law that protects you, because you can't have it rules for thee and not for me type of deal, right? So if I rob both of you and the cop says, well, I can only prosecute one of you's got to take the loss. that's not fair because this ain't how it works, right? I did the same crime to both of you, but you're only gonna charge me one. So that doesn't fucking work. So where's the justification?
So who? All right. So who? I mean, that's just I think the big fight for everybody, right? But like, who do you? I mean, who do you go to? You know, there's really nobody.
Internal affairs. So internal affairs handles any legality problems, excessive force, brutal force, wrongful death type of things. But then they make a report. Like for example, when I went, the sergeant there, I won't give his name. He's a dick anyway. You can find him on YouTube if you look up my city police department. It begins with a C. He's a dick too. He sat there with his leather coat on, with his arms crossed, like he's a biker dude. Like, oh, I'm gonna puff out my chest and shit. I was like, yo, bro. And I tried to tell him how it all started, and he was like, no, you just got to get to the basics. But that, as you talk to me, you know, I can't tell you just the basics. I got to kind of lead you from A to B to get you to C type of deal. And they made it hard for me. I said, well, okay, this is what happened. And I said, the dude threatened to punch me in the fucking jaw. I told him, fuck you. And we went back and forth. And then he comes back and comes with a decision. Well, I didn't find that he did anything wrong. What do you mean? The dude threatened to physically punch a disabled person in the jaw because the cop called him an idiot, a moron, a fucking retard, and then go because I stutter once when I get aggravated when there's a lot of see like me. The reason, all right. So this is how like growing up as a kid, I stuttered a lot because like aluminum and cinnamon were hard words for me. So big words like that, right? Because it's like cinnamon, aluminum, it just doesn't end, right? Because if you look at it, there's a couple M's for and N's for cinnamon and aluminum. There's like 2 or 3 M and N's and shit. So I get fucking rolling on that shit. So I had a speech impediment as a kid where I'd stutter on some words, and other times I'd go dit because I got stuck and I couldn't spit it out. Well, when I got hit by the car, it kind of did the same thing to me because I took the hit. The car was going at 40 miles an hour. At 2,000 pounds for the car, times 40, you multiply it by 10. So 2 times 10 is 20,000 pounds. You multiply 20,000 pounds times 10 times 4, it comes out to 80,000 pounds. 80,000 pounds of square pressure, steel, mind you, hitting a human body. That's pretty significant. That's like getting shot with a fucking 50 cal almost. And nobody seems to fucking care. So, like, that's a hard hit to take to the face and to the body and to the head, right? And then, like, your speech is not going to be the same. Like, people that I've met after growing up as a kid, I'd go and meet their parents and they'd be like, hey, I don't want you hanging around with that kid. Because then I'd see the kid and they'd be like, yo, bro, I can't hang around with you no more. And I'd be like, why? What's up? And they're like, oh, my mom don't like you. Because they think I'm smoking pot. But I'm really fucked up in the head because, you know, when you get hit in the head, you're a little slow. Right? Look at Ali. Look at freaking the boxers and football players.
That I got, like, right now, like, I'm dealing with traumatic brain injury myself.
Right. So even shell shock, not even physically getting hit, just like an explosion, it's like getting hit, right? Like it's the same shit for like veterans. You know what I mean? They could be next to something that blew up. They didn't get blown up, but that shockwave hit them like they got blown up. It's like the same thing, right? You know what I mean? So these guys understand what I'm talking about. So like fucking, it just fucks you up. So that's like the thing that like. They'd fuck with you because you talk different and shit. But be like, whatever. But I wasn't having it. Anyways, I went to the internal affairs and I filed a complaint. And they said, oh, he didn't do nothing wrong. But again, that goes against the oath that they swear to uphold the law and etc. in 18242 and blah, blah, blah. And they basically turned me into a law scholar. And it's not even my choice, but they made me do it. I like to read. Don't make me read. That's why my mother didn't let me read the fucking contract I was signing. Because she knew that I would caught on to what it was. But I was just, you know, Like my sister died after I got hit by the car, like a year and a half after I got hit by the car. So like within a 2-year period, I got hit by a car where I was almost killed, and my sister died like a year and 10 months later, or some shit like that, a year and 6 months later. So that I took kind of hard because the last thing I ever said to her was, I wish you were dead too. Because she said that she wishes that I was dead, right? Like, but that's what kids do, right? Like they say fucking hurtful things and shit. And then,
Hey, people go
it's,
through bad things like that. It doesn't make it your fault.
Are you?
but it's
You're the
guilt.
worst. You're the worst Muslim I've ever met, bro.
What's that?
Said he's the worst Muslim I've ever met.
Hey, did you like that Tree Miser video?
Who is it?
I don't know. It's something weird. You get a kick out of it, dude. It's nothing like Olga, though. Olga was funny as shit.
I remember when I didn't know what the Hawk Tui was, bro. That chick's a fucking, she's a fucking classic, bro.
You know people are getting tattoos of that shit?
No, but dude, if I was gonna get one, I've never gotten one, but I would get one right on my cock that says Hawk Tui right on
You
it.
never got a tattoo?
Nope. What's up, Chief San Diego? Top of the morning to you, my Canadian friend.
Let me see. I spoke out to Tyler.
It's weird, dude. They didn't show your flag, bro. It's weird. So check it out.
His name.
So look on Dougie, if you're still listening, bro. On Chief Dan George's comment, they didn't show his Canadian flag. Like they StreamYard just completely did not let the flag go up. Okay, so look, I'm on my studio, and I'm watching the chat on my studio, and I see top of the morning with a Canadian flag and some coffee. Like they're not showing. It's like two different fucking comments coming up, bro. You know the lady is making money for that stupid little saying. Oh yeah, she is, dude. Floppy, the debate was fucking hilarious, dude. The debate was fucking.
What's up, Floppy? What's up, Chief Dan George? You're gonna go feed your animals? That's cool.
Who's that? So I put it in the chat.
Yeah, we got you. You
All
know
right,
that lady that is making money for stupid little saying, yeah, bro, she is. And that debate was fucking hilarious, Floppy. That shit wouldn't even fucking. It was so goofy, bro. It was so goofy. How you doing? How you doing, man? Doing all right, Flop?
What's up, Floppy?
But go ahead, bro. What are you speaking over there, Spark?
I was just eating some bacon.
I love bacon.
It's cool to see Floppy. I was thinking, about this damn debate, and to some people how it's funny, but like I'm telling you, when I was first watching it, I was telling my wife, I was like, this is kind of scary. I was like I'm really like, is it just me or is he acting really weird and does he look like confused as shit? And then sure enough, when the debate was over, everybody was like, he's a wreck and it's terrible. And I was like, okay, it's not just me.
You. It wasn't just you. You weren't being biased, bro. He was that bad. You know what I'm saying? He really was that bad.
Like one time, I turned to my wife and I was like, what the hell did he just say? And she was like, I don't know. And even Trump was looking at him weird. And sure enough, like they've been going back showing that clip over and over again. And I'm like, okay, it's not just me. Nobody knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah, I mean, it was exactly what I thought it would be, which is a shit show. And I'll definitely get into it tonight. But it was like Trump did his thing, dude. The long stares he was making and had an earpiece in. Oh yeah, dude. If that wasn't an earpiece in with that fucking hair covering his ear, what the fuck, bro? You know?
I think Trump held his cool fucking pretty good because normally he's quick at the hip to shoot. You know what I mean? Like if he
Yeah, he called
disagreed
him
with
a
someone,
gentleman. He called him a gentleman. You know?
Trump don't
Called him.
care. It would be his last one anyway, so you know what I mean? He can only serve 2 terms, so he's got to pick a dude that's gonna be like him for his VP so that he can run. Mike Pence shot himself in the foot on that. You know, he tried to come back swinging in the last debate, and that didn't work out well for him.
Yeah, he sucks too. He
Yeah.
used to be the governor of Indiana. Indiana sucks. That's where I live.
Oh yeah, he reminds me of Dick Cheney and President Bush Sr.'s Vice President Quayle. They went to
Yeah.
Quayle.
He's a
Quayle went to a school, and the teacher tried to show the kids that they can spell, and he asked the kid, "How do you spell potato?" And he spells it Potato. And Quayle, the vice president, goes, "That's wrong." And it's like, "What do you mean?" And Dan Quayle was actually wrong because he says potato is Potato. You know what I mean? So like Quayle's just as stupid as fucking Cheney. And Cheney, when like during Iraq, I guess, they went
We love
quail
you,
hunting.
Protege. You have a fucking good day. Be fucking safe, homie. For real, for real. And if you haven't smashed the like, hit the like. I don't even know how that's been going tonight. We got 13. I haven't
Later,
really been,
protege.
but you have a good day, brother, man. You know.
Hey, we gotta do this again. This is fun. I don't
Yeah,
mind talking to people.
yeah. We could do this other times. You know. I I
Um,
I I usually been rocking away from it, but I could do this other times, man.
we
I
don't have to do it every time. You know what
No,
I
but we
mean?
do it so often though, dude. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to do, man. You know, it's fun to
So
get more people on and get like, sometimes get
right,
like fucking group.
have some serious debate shit.
Yeah,
But so
yeah.
Dick Cheney went hunting right after fucking the invasion of Iraq, and he was carrying a shotgun with him, and he fucking threw the shotgun over his shoulder and shot the dude behind him in the fucking face and shit.
Oh, he was hunting.
Mhm. Yeah, and he never got fucking charged for that either.
Nah, they ran shit, bro. They were the
Hallib-
fucking bro.
Halliburton. That was the name of Dick Cheney's fucking oil company that took all the oil from Iraq when we invaded Iraq. And Bush and Cheney both made millions off of that.
Yeah, yeah. No, they did. That's a fact. That's an old school one. That's like a beginning one. They're like
Uh,
beginning
and
for me.
Bush was an oil man. So wasn't his father, because they're both from Texas.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's a
Everybody kept saying that's why they went into the Middle East and Iraq, but I don't think that's why.
Well,
it's a rabbit hole.
when I was over there, the U.S. was bidding for these contracts with Afghanistan, or maybe it was Iraq. I think it was Iraq. They were bidding with the contracts for Iraq's oil, and they lost. And China actually got it. So we
No
fought that
shit.
war, and we lost the oil to China.
But they also found a shitload of $100 bills that Saddam had, and a shitload of gold that just disappeared.
Oh yeah.
They showed you the like pallets of $100 bills all wrapped up in cellophane, just sitting in a fucking garage somewhere
I wouldn't be
in the
surprised,
pile.
honestly, if
You
Saddam
know?
Hussein, if Saddam Hussein had worked with the CIA and all kinds of shit. I mean, he had like VX poison gas and stuff like that. Shit
Yeah,
that his
he was
scientists
killing
were
his own
not like
people.
advanced enough to make.
He was
Yeah.
killing his own people, the ones that lived in the water. So he
Yeah.
dammed up the water to dry them
Yeah.
out. You know what I mean? Like he was using mustard gas on his own people, killing his own people. That was another humanitarian thing that, kind of drove the war towards him because, we had to go save those people.
Yeah, it was more than
It's a
mustard
rabbit
gas.
hole.
He used like
See,
nerve
it's
agents
like a
on
rabbit hole. Yeah, he used a bunch VX, I think it was, that he
it. Yeah,
used on them, which is a
that's the
nerve
stuff from
agent.
the movie The Rock. Have you ever seen that movie The
Right.
Rock? Where the dude's
Yeah,
like
the one
spazzing
with
so hard,
Nicolas
he's like
Cage.
spitting his guts out and stuff. That's like a
Yeah.
terrible way to
Well,
die.
it's like suffocation. You know what I mean? And mustard gas is heavier than air, so these people were digging tunnels and hiding in the tunnels, and it would creep along the ground and then just go in the tunnels and then gas them. You know what I mean? So you couldn't really escape. The only place to escape was up. But that too is a rabbit hole because, like, so before before Bin Laden bombed you the World Trade Center, he bombed it in like 1988 with a U-Haul. They drove a U-Haul packed with explosives into the garage
In
and
the
they blew it
garage.
up once. Right. And then it didn't collapse. And then what ended up happening was this is right around the time when Bin Laden kind of got screwed by the US government because Saddam was in a proxy war with Iran. Iran was funded by Russia because it was part of the Russia, and the U.S. backed Saddam to fight a proxy war with Iran, and then Bin Laden got into it, and Bin Laden was supposed to. I don't know if he was supposed to fight Saddam or he was supposed to kill Iran, but somehow it's kind of like the JFK, Marilyn Monroe, and Martin Luther King story, right? So you got the Ayatollah or whatever in Iran, and you have Saddam, and then you have Bin Laden, and then there's all this shit that's in between. And then if you look up the Iran Contra scandal, you have Ollie North, right? He turned around and he was making a trade with South America where they would feed guns to South America in turn for cocaine, and that's where the big cocaine epidemic came in the 80s because Ollie North was doing some kind of deal with Iran and South America where they were trading guns and drugs. So
Mhm.
it's like a big rabbit hole. So the thing with Saddam was that he was used to fight Iran, but then I guess lost the war or whatever. We didn't fund him no more,
I
some
don't know how
bullshit.
that
And then
works.
later we came back and we went after Saddam, but we never touched Iraq, Iran. But if you go back, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. If you go back to like Hillary when she was Secretary of General, or maybe before, whatever she was, Secretary of State, maybe before when Colin Powell was in office, right after Iraq and Kuwait and Saudi, well, not Saudi Arabia, but they did invade Saudi Arabia. We just kicked them out. But we kicked them out of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait when they lit the oil fields on fire. And then we invaded Iraq. Well, after Iraq, they wanted Afghanistan. And they had 7 Arabian countries that they wanted to go and attack. Right? So it was Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, probably Pakistan too, and one or two more other ones. I don't know for sure, but I mean they had this whole thing planned, and I mean, like I said, it's a rabbit hole because we're right back where we were from 20 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Has it ever been solved? I feel like it's literally like well, like we said, it's a proxy war. It's literally like
It's a terrible war, dude.
Well,
It's a
the
very
same thing
brutal
with
war.
Vietnam.
Yeah,
Vietnam.
Vietnam is
Well,
just as bad, dude. I've heard terror stories from soldiers who were in Vietnam and like what they went through and stuff. And
oh, I think those are worse in a way because it was jungle warfare where you had booby traps and more torturous than Afghanistan. Afghanistan had IUDs, but they didn't really have like booby traps, like
Let me tell you a
bamboo.
story about something I went through in Afghanistan. I'll make it short. I can probably tell it in like 30 seconds, but
Nah, tell it right, dude.
well, a lot of people don't like to talk about stories like this, but
I
the point
do
of the
fucking
story,
talk about it, brother. It's real life.
the point of the story is not that I unalived somebody. That's not the point of the story, okay? But here's what happened in the story. The point of the story is I'll tell you at the end of it. But I was on a convoy one time, and it was at night, and all we could see was the muzzle flashes. Okay, that's all we could see was the flashes of the guns. So I shot back where the flashes were. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I hit somebody. Okay. Well, a few days later, if something like that happens, you don't stop and you don't stop your convoy. You keep going. Okay, and
Right.
then later on, the Afghanistan police will come out and investigate the scene. And the Afghanistan police came out later on, or were investigating, and they found a body of a young boy. He was probably like early teenage years, and they came back to our base, and they talked to our command, and they were like, "Who shot their weapon?" And I was like, "Well, I did, and I'm pretty sure I hit someone." And they were like, "Well, this is what happened." And then they told me this, and he didn't have a gun. Okay, and I know just this, like, I'm not trying to make it suspenseful, but they don't care about the bodies. The Taliban, they want the weapons, though. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he probably
Yeah.
did have a weapon, and they were like, we'll leave him, but take his gun, you know? So, but this is what really stressed me out. What probably gave me PTSD is that my command did not have my back. They were ready to just throw me to the wolves. They were like, "Well, what the Afghanistan police decide, you'll be judicially punished," you know? And I
What
was
do you
like,
mean by
"Wow."
that?
Yeah, they send you to JAG.
Yeah, basically for killing a civilian.
You get court-martial, federal court-martial, military.
And I
That's
was
even
so
worse than
stressed
regular
out
jail.
when I was in Afghanistan because of that. I was like the most stressed out I'd like ever been my whole life because of that.
That'd be some real fucking. That's like that movie with fucking Tom Cruise.
Oh,
But he had. What is that called? You know what I'm talking about?
yes, where he's a JAG officer.
That's a fucking badass movie, though, dude. That's pretty good fucking. I forgot about that. Is that considered a war movie?
Oh, is that the one where he's like, "You can't handle the truth"?
Yeah, where he's in court.
Oh,
and he's
yeah.
trying to do stuff for not committing the war crimes. They
A
were
Few
setting him
Good
up
Men.
for. Was that what it was?
I think it was A Few Good Men.
Yeah. Yeah, with the crazy guy from the Nut House and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
That was a good fucking movie, though.
Jack Nicholson. With Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, I guess that's the one. I'm not. I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of, but that's a good movie too.
Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. Tom Cruise is on the witness stand. I'd never even really seen the movie except for the commercial part. Tom Cruise is on the witness stand, and Jack Nicholson says, "You can't handle the truth."
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good movie.
Yeah. Remember Cruise kept going to the dude's cell and like I'm gonna get you out, and pretty much went in to help him get out. Robert.
Yeah.
No, see, that's a different movie. I'm thinking of a different movie. Hold on, I might be able to look it up. Tom Cruise movie. Tom
I'll be right back.
Cruise. War lawyer movie. I don't know what to put. It is A Few Good Men. I guess I was wrong. I didn't think that was it, but I thought it was something else. I thought it was when he was younger than that, even. I must be old, you guys. Eyes Wide Shut, dude. What a movie. Fucking Eyes Wide Shut, you know?
I just heard the weirdest sound in my garage.
You just what?
I just heard the most strangest sound in my garage. My wife just called me and She was like, I thought you were coming to bed 2 hours ago, so I better get going here.
Hey, it happens. This is probably gonna be a once in every month or something thing, man. But we'll do this again for sure. It was a really weird time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you came on late.
yeah, I just wanted to come on because I knew people were all just chilling, and I wanted to, like, you know how it goes. You just want to. But I told everybody I'd be on tonight, and I wanted to come on.
What happened to Ryan?
He's probably just chilling, listening. There's 8 people, and everybody's probably just listening, bro. Everybody's just sitting
No, they
back.
are, and they're commenting.
Yeah, because
They're commenting. Yeah,
there's some people commenting, but for the most part,
listen. I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem with putting my business out there. I'm not scared or ashamed or you know what I mean. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, actually, because you were so vulnerable, it really opened me up to talk more. You really talked about a lot of stuff tonight that a lot of people kind of shy away from, and you put your opinion out there. I thought that was very nice. A lot of people are afraid to put just what they feel like out there because they think they're going to cross the lines and offend people.
Thank you. But I don't know. I just like so if you look at back all the shit that happened in my life, right? From like 12 and before and then 12 and after. Like growing up in the 70s, you're supposed to be seen, not heard. I don't know if you ever heard that before. Damn, forgot to grab cigarettes.
That's pretty much what the kids were,
Right. So it didn't matter what you said because it didn't count anyway.
Right.
Type of deal. And so what ended up happening is anytime you did say something, it doesn't matter because your parent would be like, oh, that's a lie, or he doesn't know what he's talking about, or whatever, you know what I mean? So as you get institutionalized to that, when shit happens, you kind of bottle it. Right?
Right. Is that what's up with you boomers? I don't know if you're a boomer yourself, but that's what. Huh?
I'm not a boomer.
I didn't think you were a boomer, but I'm saying, is it like?
No.
Is that like your age group? I don't know what you are, but you're the same age.
I'm a Gen Xer.
You're a Gen Xer?
Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
right, so
but
see
I
you guys
grew up
later.
around
I'm going to
boomers.
log off.
You're out here, brother?
Yeah. Love you guys
good
too.
talking with you.
You too, Dave. It was good to meet you.
Yeah, you can hit me up anytime, man.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right, later, guys.
Later. Have a good night. Morning. But yeah, so like growing up with shit, you learn to bottle it, and like I try to tell people, like it took like old people are good for information, right? Because it saves you the time of finding out that for yourself. But if you bottle shit up, it's like shaking a soda bottle, right? Eventually, it's gonna it's like gonna blow the top.
Right.
So if people can listen and figure out that if they gotta just like kind of get the courage and tell somebody like me, like it took a while for me to say, hey, listen, this is fucked up, right? Because like then I found out the shit that I've been through was actually illegal more so than moral, right? Like moral issues are like, oh, that sucks, that happened to you, or you know what I'm saying, shit like that. But if somebody did something wrong that was illegal, then you should be justified in going forward and doing whatever you need to do, right? And regardless if it's morally acceptable or not, you know what I mean? Like, for example, if you were one of those people who got molested by the priest, and you come to the police department, you say, hey, listen, I got molested by a priest, I want to press charges, and that dude is a religious fanatic, he's gonna be like, oh no, that priest would never do that. You understand what I'm saying? So
Saying,
because
or
they're morally choosing.
the church would just hide it and put him in another church and keep it on the DL anyways, bro. Like, it's a fraternity, bro.
Right. But to protect the priest, the police won't do anything about it.
Yeah.
See, it's so I don't know if you believe in tarot, right? But I kind of read my horoscopes and shit every once in a while just because I kind of feel, that type of shit. And so there's this chick on YouTube. She does readings and shit. And out of the blue, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna give away a reading. Anybody want one?" I was like, "Sure, you can throw me a card." So by the end of the thing, she showed me a crow with like a book or something, and or paperwork or some shit. And then the second card was a snake, like a cobra, right? And then the
Right.
third card was the devil.
Oh, fuck.
And I'm like, yo, like, what the fuck's that about? So I don't try to give them information away. I try to see what they say, right? And she said I win my court case, but I lost. But whatever. I don't care.
Because you're white, bro. You were the white devil.
And it was a female judge again, you know what I mean? But so she explained it like this. She explained that I, the crow, have all this information, right? And I go to the second card, which is kind of like my mother, right? The snake, sneaky snake, right? She's a
Right.
snake, and that I can't get past the snake because the fucking devil, the cops, I'm making sure the snake's protected. And that blew my mind because I didn't tell her anything about what I told you guys tonight. Right? Like, I kept it to a minimum to her. And these are the cards that she fucking read to me. And then I explained to her, I was like, oh, yeah, that sounds like this and that sounds like that. And that was only after these cards came up.
That's trippy, bro.
I don't live my life by tarot cards, right? Like, but I like to
You're
see.
probably like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, dude. So, like, to me, it's just an inquisitive thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just me, Well, whatever. Everybody's to their own thing, you know what I mean? Because when I read horoscopes, my birthday is a Capricorn. But when I read Capricorn and then I read Aquarius, I feel more Aquarius than I do Capricorn. But I'm also born on that cusp. You know what that is, right?
No, I have zero clue, brother. But you can explain.
Okay. So let's say the zodiac changes from the 20th to the 21st, right, at midnight. If you're born on the 17th, the 18th, or the 19th, you have both energies, but more so one than the other. And it takes several days for it to go. So then you have to go, say, 17, 18, 19, 20, and then you go 21, 22, 23, almost into 24 before the cycle is complete to change over to the complete energy of the following one that comes forward.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like dumping a glass of water into another glass of water.
Okay.
And as you get one almost empty until almost one's full, it's the same process. You're changing from one to the next. So if you have a little bit of water in one cup, but most of the water in this cup, you still have a little bit of this energy in your birth chart, right? So that's where the Aquarius comes in for me, where most of the cup's almost gone, but the other cup's getting filled. So I get a little bit of both, right? Well, like, it just blew my mind, dude. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
D-Bone
Well.
said, damn, let's talk Olga.
Sorry, man. All right, so Olga, so the other day, D-Bone, right? This is what happened. I like Tim's stories about jizz corners and shit like that. I got put there. I don't care. It's fun. It was a couple minutes, right?
Tell me that one about the jizz corner, though.
No, I know. I'm just bringing it up. But, like, so the way Tim talks is hilarious. So one day out of the blue, now this is a story from 2014. I don't remember at that time when I told Tim, but come to find out, it was 2014. So I was like, Tim, check out this story, and I didn't even look it up because I have a good memory with certain shit that I can just remember certain shit. I can't tell you the year, but I can tell you the story. So what ends up happening is I say, yo, Tim, check out this chick. She's a Russian chick who was a hairdresser that got robbed. And then she hard-eyed the dude. And he looked it up and he was like, oh my God, I got to read this. And so this dude, Victor, he's like 34 years old and he fucking decides that he wants to go rob this chick that has a hair salon. And she's got a couple people working for her. So the dude walks in or whatever and breaks in somehow. And she's like, no, I ain't having this shit. But she's a black belt. So she turns around. She like, what? Ah! Like roundhouse his ass. Fucking knocked him out. Goes and drags him off to work, the back room. And she tells her employees, hey, don't worry about it. The cops are on their way. We'll take care of this. She drags him to the back room, slams the door shut, tears his pants off, handcuffs him to a radiator. Probably cut the pants off because she had to buy him a new pair of pants. And she tied him down and stripped him naked and fed him Viagra and just rode the rodeo until she got tired.
3 days.
It was like it was like a human simian machine there. You know, those vibrating seats for chicks. And yeah, she went to town and she's like, all right, I think you learned your lesson, you know. And after she fed him and Viagra and food and water, and she tossed him $100. I'm assuming 1,000 rupees, whatever the hell that is. Yeah, and she set him free, and the dude's like, "Oh shit, I can't believe that happened to me. I'm gonna go to the cops. I'll go right to the cops." Now imagine if I went to the cops and say, "Yo, some chick just did this to me. She like did this to me for 3 days. I want to press charges." They're like, "Ha ha ha, you stupid fool." Well, what kind of moron's gonna? Some dude's bitching that he got laid, and like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you, a pussy?
He said,
right.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time, as D-Bone said.
Right. Oh, I wish it was me.
She took control of his ass. Yeah, bro, she gaped his ass out, yo.
Right. You know what I mean? So he goes to the cops and goes, yo, this chick just fed me Viagra, rode me like a rodeo. And then, like, I got no pants and nothing, and I'm hungry and whatnot. I don't know. I got some bruises on me. And they're like, oh, who's this person? So they're like, oh, this is the address. The cops come, knock, knock, knock. Hey, can we talk to you for a minute? And she goes, yeah, what's up? And she's like, oh, we got a complaint that, you know, you hired this dude. And she's like, well, the dude was broke in my store. What else you want me to do? I fucked him up, took him in the back, and had my way with him. Whatever. They charged her not with rape, but like sexual battery or some shit. And she ended up doing some time in jail. And Victor went to jail for burglarizing the fucking thing because he self-snitched him out.
Dude, he literally went and told that he got his ass pegged and went to jail over it.
She probably did ride him, dude. I wouldn't doubt it. If she,
sure, bro, she pegged his ass out, but I'd rather shut the fuck up than go to a Russian prison.
Right, and what are you gonna do? Tell your friends that you got beat up by a girl in hard?
What the fuck were we watching before my shit got shut down, dude?
We were talking about that camp, the Grove camp in California.
No, not that one. The one earlier tonight. We were watching the other Olga. We're there at the gas station, dude. What the fuck? That shit was trippy.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the same chick though. But those
I feel like those two were about to do that dude's brains out.
Yo, like, Russian,
they took it
Russian
down.
chicks are not to play with, man.
Yeah, Russian.
Do you know most of the people? I think China. Genghis Khan did it. So Genghis Khan, when he conquered territory, right? This dude had a concubine like you wouldn't believe. He like, did you ever watch that fat electrician dude about Get Off My Lawn?
No.
You gotta watch that dude. Anyways, what that dude did when he wasn't fighting wars, he was plowing his wife or he was plowing the fields. in between fighting the war. This dude, now think about this. This dude living in like 1700s, right? Before the Revolutionary War. This dude was like 1740 or whatever. Back then, your life expectancy was like 50 years old. You didn't live long. This dude died at like 80 something, 90 years old, bro. He plowed his wife in his field so much. By the time he died, he had like 100 kids. Like not his kids per se, right? So like his kids, say he had 10 kids. Those 10 kids each had like 6 kids each. Those kids started having kids, right? So you got like 3-4 generations of this dude living to 90 years old. When he died, there was like 200 family members that went to his funeral.
Damn.
That's a lot of kids, man. But this dude, all he did is plow the fields and plow his wife when he wasn't fighting wars. That dude's funny. He would make an excellent history teacher. The way that he tells stories is funny. Like the one on meth, bro. I tried to get you to do that one on meth. You guys want to hear? You want to hear about the one on meth?
What is it?
All right. So, during World War II, the Russians were fighting the Finnish, right? I think it was Finland. So what happened was it was this dude Sven, I think his name is, and if you look him up on the Fat Electrician, it says meth, soldier of meth or something like that. And so this dude turns around and he got in a fight with the Russians, and his little gang of troops, right, were skiing through snow. But the snow was so deep, I don't know, like, obviously Ohio gets snow, right? But like, you know how as a kid, when you walk through snow, you gotta kind of kick it with your shoe to make that path, and then everybody behind you walks through real easy because you beat up all the snow. He's doing the same thing with skis. But the problem is you got the Russians on his ass, right? So he's running away from the Russians. There's like 2 feet of snow, and they're like, hey, guy, the Russians are catching up. Hey, guy, the Russians are catching up. But Hitler invented methamphetamines, right? And so it was called Pervitin. And fucking, so this dude had all the Pervitin for his group. And with the heat from his body melted that side, the outside was cold that it solidified on the other side. So this dude's like getting yelled at by his troop members saying, hey, guys, the Russians are catching up. Let's go, man. Let's go. So the dude decides to take the meth, and he eats the whole fucking stick because he can't break it because his fingers are so nimble, right? Because of the cold. This dude started fucking taking off like fucking a road runner guy. It's round, and he's flying. So fucking his buddies are trying to keep up, but he fucking kept going. And so this dude eventually skied over 200 miles, bro, on meth. It's fucking insane.
So, went to town, dude.
Yeah, dude, he just kept going. Well, they outran the Russians, right? So that's good. So he's like, fuck, where's my team? He turns around and he fucking goes back looking for his team, and he sees a campfire. And I'm telling you how I was told by the story, right? So this is like how it goes. So the dude's like, oh, there's a campfire over there. Let me ski over there. So he goes skiing over there. He's like, power slide. He's like, yo, what's going on, guys? The other guys are looking at him. Who the fuck are you? It was the Russians, dude. He fucking skied right into the wrong camp. He's like, I'm out. So he takes off and he goes running, and he's going fucking skiing, and then he sees a bright light and he tries following it. But by the time he realizes that he's still tripping, by the way, right? All this whole time. And he follows this thing. It's the North Star. So he just fucking skied into the middle of nowhere. So he ends up fucking circling back or whatever in somewheres, and he ends up fucking finding like an outpost or some shit. And it was the Germans. So he's like, cool, shelter. I'll go and fucking camp in there. So he walks up to the place. He's like, cool, shelter. Nothing's booby trapped. Everything's good. He goes in. I'm going to light a fire. So he goes to the middle of the room and he lights a fire in the middle of the room. And then he goes to sleep. But now he's getting hot. So he's inching closer and closer to the wall because the heat's getting bigger. So this dude, right, he turns around and fucking, he finally wakes up because it's getting too hot. The whole cabin burnt down, dude. He lit it in the middle of the floor instead of the fireplace. So he's like, fuck, now I gotta go sleep outside. So he goes outside. And he's chilling outside and leaning against the thing. And he sees what he thinks is a Russian soldier. So he fucking goes to pull up his gun and he shoots his gun, but the fucking bullets are gone because his troop members took his gun, his bullets away so he wouldn't hurt himself and shit because, you know, he's tripping on meth. And he throws his rifle at it and the thing explodes. It was a tree branch full of snow. And fucking, so the dude's like, whatever. So he's chilling. And then he turns around and he trips again. And he's like, yo, is that a Wolverine? So he fucking goes in and jumps on this thing. He starts stabbing it left and right. What he thinks is his knife. Come to find out, it's his compass. He fucking destroys his compass. And it was a fucking log. It was a Wolverine. Meanwhile, he's still tripping on meth, dude. So he's like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm hopping skis. He's like, now I'm fucked. I can't tell where I go because I got no compass and, you know, my gun's useless. So he's like, he's taking off. He comes across another fucking thing. And this one fucking is German too. So he's like, cool. And I think the other one was a cabin. But he comes up to this place and it was German. And he's like, oh, let me go over here. And he starts walking up and he steps on a fucking landmine and blows himself up. He's like, what the fuck, man? He wakes up. He's like, that ain't cool. Right? Right? Dude, you can check out the story, man. It's accurate, right? So he's like, fuck. He wakes up. He's like, damn, that was a hard hit. He's like, well, I'm going to go inside. So he goes inside. He goes to open the door now. Boom. He gets blown up again because the Germans fucking booby trapped it, right? So he's like all fucked up. He's got a door on him and shit. He's like, fuck, I'll just lay here and die. But he don't die, dude. So he lays there, and then fucking he's like melting snow in his canteen, drinking water. A bird comes by, he grabs the bird, whacks it with the ski pole, fucking eats the bird like Ozzy Osbourne. You ever hear the story about Ozzy Osbourne? You want me to tell you real quick?
Oh, with him eating the bird?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the story of him eating the bird.
All right. So he did one of those to the bird, right? And he fucking just raw dogs the fucking bird that he just knocked out. So he eats the bird. So a couple of Finnish soldiers come up on him, right? And he's like, hey, what's going on, buddies? Like, you need a hand? And he's like, okay. So one of the dudes, is like three of them. One of the dudes comes in. He steps on a mine. He gets fucked up. So what's up happening is, right, the two Finnish soldiers are like, yo, bro, I don't know what to tell you, but we came with this dude. We're leaving with this dude. If y'all alive when we come back, we'll come back and save you. So they go and save their buddy. They take him back. A couple days later, the rescue team comes back for him. Sure enough, the dude's still alive. He ends up getting saved and getting taken to the hospital. But if you look at the picture of him, it's a black and white picture, but it's hysterical because I don't know if you know about black and whites. Like, sometimes you can tell what color clothes they have just by the shade of the color. His eyes are blue. Dude, they're like white in the black and white photo. So he's got like these beaten eyeballs, and the haircut that he's got is like slicked back like this, like he's doing 100 miles an hour, dude. He looks like a tweaker. But oh my god. Yeah, that dude tells some stories, man. I tell you, man, he's fucking good. That was the meth one. There was the one about a horse called Sergeant Reckless in Korea or something. And then there was another one with a duck. I've only listened to a few of them. Old 66 is a good one. And I think there's another one.
What do you think is scary? World War II or Nuke War?
I would say nukes.
I would say I don't see. Here's the thing, man. Got to believe in nukes, right? But whatever they got is scary.
Well, World War II, you had a barrage of shitload of shit, right? Like, if you ever watch old Nazi films of the fucking shit that was going on, like, you kind of see it with Russia today, with a few of them, but Nazi Germany had twice or three times as many all going off at the same time. You know the artillery barrages that just shoot up like this? World War II is kind of scary in that fact, but in today's war, it's not like that. It's more deadly because it's only one. You know what I'm saying? Like one nuclear warhead that can split into 6 different warheads and hit a vast area. Now, I think that's Putin's plan. I think Putin wants to create a buffer zone with nuclear material because you can't cross it. You get sick and die, right? So you can't go into nuclear zones and shit. That's Fukushima. That's Chernobyl. Chernobyl. What's that?
What do you think of Putin?
Putin, I think, is just the jock that wants to buff his chest out and think that he's fucking all that. And, you know, his time's come and gone. He was a KGB agent during the 80s or whatever. And fucking, you know, he wants pre-1991 Russia back.
He wants Russia. He wants USSR Russia.
Yeah, he wants USSR Russia.
Yeah.
That's what I think he wants. He wants Iran back underneath the nuclear umbrella, India underneath the nuclear umbrella. That's a vast area. Ukraine, Poland, you know, all the way up to kind of like France almost. Not that so far, but pretty close to France. Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, pretty much Israel. Like, because Iran and Israel right there side by side. So, you know, they don't want NATO or American influence. If you go back and look at Germany before they took the wall down and when they took the wall down, on how happy they were for unification back to make Germany as one piece, because Germany was split in two during World War II. Once the Russians and the Americans met in the middle, they divided half of Germany. This part was going to be communism. This part was going to be democracy. So what happens was you had a lot of people in the communism part who had family in Germany. They also liked the consumerism that the West us have of Levi's, rock music, good food, because underneath socialist rule, you get bread once a week. You can only go on Wednesdays to get bread. You can only go on Fridays to get meat. You can only go on Tuesday to get rice. And that's the way it was. You know what I mean? They only had certain things at a certain time. So it's like, that's the problem with North Korea. Somebody once told me that North Korea and South Korea was an experiment. And they wanted to see what the world would look like if they turned around and ruled it in 2 different ways. If you had consumerism with democracy and freedoms and all that, and you wanted to see how they live, because remember, Korea was all one country at one time before the war with China.
You're saying they did that almost like a, hey, look, this is what it's like if you don't run it this way. This is what it's like if you fucking do it the way we want to.
Exactly. Now, if you look at North Korea versus South Korea, where South Korea is very prosperous, if you look at North Korea, if you can retire at 68 years old and let the government pay you money, because, you know, you work for the government, right, for 2 cents a day, that if you live that long, you can collect that money. But if you turn around and your people are dying at 40 years old because they're in poor health and poor quality of food and all that shit, that your people are going to get sick, right? So with sick people, you need more people, right? Because you always got to have that influx of people like immigrants, right? So if you have this influx of people, of babies, people like baby machines, basically. If you're having constant baby machines going around and round and round and round and round, you're always having people, but they're not living long. So therefore, they can't collect their retirement, which means the government keeps all that money and keeps getting rich. It's a dictatorship. And then, you know, if you got South Korea where you have a democracy and you pay taxes and, oh, look, your streets are paved, you have running water, you have sewage systems, yet people don't get sick, yet people live longer, they're healthier, sorta, right? and they're more productive and they put into the society, but it costs this much to repair the roads, this much to repair the power lines, this much to do this, and this much to do that. It eats into the bank of the government. So now it's costing them more money. And then the more people you have, the more resources that get used up, the more water, the more land, the more food, the more gasoline, the more electricity, right? So it's a catch-22. You want to be prosperous just enough that the government can still make a lot of money and the people are not dying off too quick, but they're not collecting out of the system as much, right? Where now you have the people that are dying quick, and then you have the people that are paying into the government. The government's not paying out. The government's only getting stronger, right? And the government, Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un, his father, whatever his father's name was, these guys are eating caviar from Russia. They're eating, they're drinking wine or champagne from France. And these are all supposed to be embargo shit that they can't have. They're eating red meat from wherever, Australia, whatever. Like Kim Jong-un, not this one, but the father. The father, I heard stories, I watch shit about him all the time with Lisa Cho. And she talks.
Bro?
What's that?
Is his father even more psycho than him?
Well, kinda. No, I think this one's more of a loose cannon because he don't care. His father kind of didn't care, but he always restrained himself because he knew that America would fuck him up. You know what I mean? We already dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We'll drop a bomb on you. And, we'll just burn your jungles down with Agent Orange and give cancer to all your people. So, that's what they did in Vietnam, was that they burned a lot of the jungles because they couldn't find the booby traps and the holes that the Viet Cong were using, because they placed bamboo and some leaves on it and it looks like the jungle floor, and you walk right by it, you never even know, and then they jump up and then they pow pow pow, you know what I mean? And that's how troops got ambushed. So what they did was they came up with Agent Orange and they sprayed it, or they bombed it, and what it did was it was like battery acid. It just ate all the green, the trees, the bushes, the vines, all of it. And then you could see all in front of you, so you wouldn't know that you would get jumped. Kind of like being in the desert. There's nothing in front of you but sand dunes, you know what I mean? So, but Kim Jong-un, the kid, he just got 90 nukes from Putin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit, and Putin wants him to use it. Like, what's crazy is he's like, yo, get ready to use it on Western civilization, bro. Get ready. The West is fucked.
If Putin launched a nuke from Russia, it would take 30 minutes to get here. He has subs and fucking ships in Cuba. He just cut the distance down. Like, I left a comment on a different dude's channel, right? He's a prepper. I don't know. And some dude left a comment. Oh, they're 200 miles off the coast of Florida. That's international waters. It's no big deal. Really? Because 200 miles to a freaking ICBM is like nothing. If it takes 30 minutes to go halfway around the world, what's 200 miles?
Shit, not even
nothing, dude.
I almost.
As soon as it goes up, it comes back down. You know what I mean? Like, it could hit Washington. If you launched a nuke from Cuba to Washington, D.C., which is halfway up the coast from Florida to me, right? Halfway up the coast. Probably less than a minute. 5 to 10 minutes max, but 10 is a stretch. Like, dude, it's a big stretch. Definitely 5 minutes. It can bomb Washington, D.C. within 5 minutes. And I can guarantee you they have nuclear subs off of Washington, D.C. because now you're even closer to the capital. So you launch that nuke, 30 seconds, boom, Washington, D.C. off the fucking map. New York City, 15 seconds off the map. You know what I mean? Quick, dude. It'd be over quick. But Putin's a nut, dude. Putin used to be in the KGB, and Putin wants to act a tough guy. Like, you see him ride a horse and he's got his shirt off and he's like, look at me. He's living like, what's her name? Catherine the Great. Catherine the Great is the one who gave them all their land. She was a conqueror, and she conquered a lot of fucking little pockets of nationalities that were within Russia, right? And they made it all the way over there, and they pretty much held their territory until, I would have to say, World War II, because Hitler was coming this way towards them, and Hitler actually invaded either St. Petersburg or Moscow, whatever one's closer to the border. And they actually took it, but then they lost it and backed up because they weren't prepared, because they didn't have the food or the fuel to continue the fight going forward. And what ended up happening was, that's how come Germany fell for that, because Hitler actually signed a treaty with Russia that he wasn't going to attack Stalin, but he double-crossed Stalin. After he went west, he turned east and headed towards Russia, and then that kind of started off with that. But then we were coming in from England and Sicily, from Africa. We went into Africa, jumped to Sicily, and then jumped to Italy, and we kind of bottlenecked them, right? You know what I mean? And so that's how that went down. But we were supplying the Russians before we even got involved, before Pearl Harbor, when they attacked the Germans attacked the Russians. So, we were helping the Russians by giving them food and giving them fucking ammunition and all that bullshit. So, but yeah, it's just a shit show, dude. Like, I explained it to this dude. I never met this dude in my life. I stopped by the pond behind the airport behind me, and this dude was fishing. He was nervous about this other dude that was just watching him fish. And he wasn't an EPA dude, but he was in a regular car. Could have been an EPA off duty. I don't know. But he made him nervous, and I was talking with him, and he's like, hey, what do you think about Israel and Palestine? I said, well, without getting too much into it, I said, I'll give it to you like this. If I punch you in the face, right? Like, this is fucked up, dude, because I don't know this dude, right? I'm like, if I punch you in the face and you punch me back in the face, when does it end? You're going to want to punch me back. I'm going to want to punch you back. You're going to punch me. I'm going to punch you. We're just going to keep going back and forth, right?
So he's going to be the one to give up.
Right. Somebody doesn't want to have a bruised ego and fucking cry about it. So what ended up happening was, I think sometime going way, way, way back, that a Jew probably ripped off an Arabian dude. And back then they didn't have newspapers, telephones, all that bullshit, right? So everything traveled through word of mouth. So they probably ripped off some dude. Some dude went around and spread the shit around. Maybe exaggerated a little. Hey, he stole 6 donkeys from me, but it was really a goat, right? And you know what I mean, dude? So, and that's how they got a bad rap. I don't know. This is just a hypothesis, right? Because,
Maybe
the Jews,
his fucking towel or something. Use his towel for a rag. I don't know.
The Jews, right? Do you know that they own gold mines and they own diamond mines in Africa?
What?
Yeah, dude. Like the Burrs, that's run by like a Jewish family. And this is why everybody hates the Jews, because they're greedy and they all want money. And if you ever met a Jew, they always have money. Nothing against Jews. You know what I mean? This is just what's out there. But my sister married a Jew. All right, so my sister Tony, me, and my sister Angel, that I call Lucifer, right? Because she's a fucking devil. The bitch stole my hockey puck, bro. I put it out there. I had a 1978, 1979 autographed Bobby Orr hockey puck with his thumbprint on it because the motherfucker was signing all day, bro. And it was at Baybank. If you open up a checking account, you got an autographed hockey puck. My grandmother comes to me one day in 1979 or whatever and is like, yo, I got this for you, and you can have it when you're older. I was like, cool. My grandfather died. My sister goes, hey, Grandma, can I have this? Grandma's a little loopy by now. She's like, yeah, go ahead, fucking take it. I was like, yo, what the fuck? That was mine. I was like, yo, give me back my shit. She was like, nope. She drove it to Florida, dude, and that's where it sits today. She stole my Barbie old hockey puck. I tried suing her in court for that too. That didn't work.
That's
Yeah,
fun.
it's fucking. Do you know what the judge told me about that?
What?
The judge is giving her permission to steal it. She goes, well, she had it for 20 years, so I'm not going to take it away from her. You're condoning theft? You
What
know
the
what I'm saying?
judges? This seems like they're not giving a fuck.
They don't, bro. It's only worth fucking like $300. Her husband, she married a Jew, right? This is a child of mixed race where my mother had sex with a black man who married a Jew, right? And Jews like purity.
My
Jews like purity.
I guess I'm a
Yeah.
Jew. I love my money.
This motherfucker, right? He doesn't need my hockey puck, bro. He could have bought one. The motherfucker works at Tampa Bay Devil Rays as an usher. He's making 50, 60, 70, $80 a fucking hour, and he can't even buy his fucking wife a hockey puck. The bitch never liked sports, bro. Hockey was my thing. I never got into baseball and basketball. I like hockey. Ever since I was a little kid, man, you see the fist fights fucking going on, fucking bench brawls and shit. That was the shit. But I think that's just petty. You know what I mean? Like, why do you gotta take from me? You can afford it. You live in a $500,000 fucking house. Every kid you have has a car. You have a car. Your husbands have a car. You let your mother live there rent free. She don't pay you fucking rent. She's living high on the hog. They have an indoor swimming pool. They own 3 houses. They sold all 3 houses to build this one house, and they fucking added an addition on while they were building it for my mother.
Yeah,
They live in a $500,000 house. Why do you need to steal my $300 fucking hockey puck?
yeah. Nah,
Bullshit, bro.
I'm with that.
Bullshit.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it seems like nobody had written this. No, in the famous words of Rodney Dangerfield, no respect.
No, not at all. And dude, the fucked up part about it is when her father was dying, my grandfather, I sat there and took care of him for the last 3 weeks of his fucking life, and I got no respect for that. The man was dying of cancer. The only grandchild here where he lives is taking care of him in his last days, and not even pretty much a thank you, nothing. And they weren't raised that way. They're boomers, bro. They're boomers. They weren't raised with that. It was all about family, about caring, about fucking doing the right thing.
That's how it's been in my world for the last decade or so. That's how people have been rolling, bro.
And it's bullshit because this is what America needs. America needs people to start setting values and morals and have a little self-respect. Like, okay, you want to do porn, cool, but not everybody should do porn. The whole OnlyFans thing, you know what I mean? Like, that's just out of control. Like, whatever, you do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Whatever. Well, have some self-respect for you. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
like, if I went out and just had babies left and right with chicks, I have 0 kids, bro. In 52 years, 0 fucking kids, right? Fucking, because I played it smart. And fucking, if I had kids from the time that I was 17 on, I'd have like 5, 6, 7 kids. And what would they be doing? I wouldn't be able to support them all. They'd all be on welfare, and they all be with baby different mamas, right? So how does that benefit me, and how does that benefit society? And people don't look at it like that, because even though a mother and father may not be together, that child still needs a male role model to teach them the right things and wrong things to do.
No, I agree. They do. They without a good role models, that's what you got. A lot of this shit you're seeing today in America. You know, a lot of people
Yeah.
don't see a good role
No.
model. That's what it is.
Honestly, all the shit that I've been through my whole life, like I just think I'd be better off because I'd probably beat the shit out of my kid where I'd almost kill it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
like that's not a way to have a kid either because like I think that was my mother's problem. My mother's a narcissist and so ain't my father. And they can't stand each other. But you know what? I'm the product of that relationship. And because I'm the product of that relationship, number one over here can't get hit by number two over here. So where's the common denominator? The kid.
Hey, D-Bone. Good night, brother. Good night,
Later,
brother.
D-Bone. Hey, did you like that story, D-Bone? About the Russian? The Swedish dude that got blown up with the meth?
I did. I
Yeah.
know. I think it might be on. You have a good night, bro. I think it might be a little bit slow. The chat might be a little bit slow.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
there's nobody else? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I
man.
was laughing the whole time. Yeah, I was laughing the whole time. He said, "Bro, check it out. I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest, man. We got like pretty much like 140 views, right?
Yeah.
And subscribers only, bro. Like, and we went live at like 3:30 in the morning or
I
something like.
know, and that's late, you know what I mean? Well,
Yeah.
I love talking about history and anything of that bullshit, but
Oh, I
I,
love it,
I
bro. I'm just real big, so
yeah.
I'm having a harder time like focusing. I'm ADD. I didn't drink a lot of coffee tonight. I literally was like I said, bro. I was laying there, and I was actually sitting right here, and I was looking at my laptop, and then I saw your message, and
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I texted you, I'm like, bro, let me figure this shit out. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'll
No,
just
I thought you would have been on already, and that's why I was like, "Hey, you coming on tonight?"
Yeah, I figured, you know what? I'll make an appearance. I always do, you
Yeah.
know. And
Well,
dude,
yesterday my buddy called me up. Right, I was up with you guys until like 4:30 in the fucking morning the night before last, and fucking I didn't get to bed till like 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I fucking just went out. And my buddy calls me up at like 9:30, and I barely can lift my head up to answer the phone. And I'm like, "What's up?" He's like, "Hey, you want to come give me a hand?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I can use the cash, right?" Like, fucking. I'm like, "All right." I pass back out. He calls me again, and he's the type of dude that if I don't show up by noontime, then it's not even bother going. So I was
yeah,
like, "Yo, what's up?" I was like, "Yeah, I just got out of the shower," which wasn't true. And I was like, "I'm out." And he's like, "All right." I jumped in the shower and then I split a couple minutes later. And then I went up there and went to go do some trailer loading and trash shit, with him for a while. But he's been out of the state for a little while. He left here and he went to Connecticut for a little while, so I really don't get to do that stuff with him very often. But when he was here, I used to do a lot of it with him. So that was like my main thing that I had on the side. So I kind of don't want to lose that with him, but
get it where the getting's good, brother.
yeah.
You
And
know.
yeah, so I was supposed to go yesterday, but I never even went yesterday because I was like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like it because my body's old, bro. I took 3 Toyotas to the body. 3.
Dude, that's a crazy story, man. I'm glad you got to come on and tell your story, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
That was cool. Like, like it wasn't. I'm glad because I didn't want to really get into the Trump too hard because I want to do it
Yeah,
tonight when I get my
yeah,
shit right. You know what I'm saying? I want to do it when
yeah.
when um when I could really go off. I don't want to repeat myself 2 days in a row.
No, see, like, y'all the only one who I really, like, chit chat with chat, right? Because there's this dude called Liam the Bad. No, I don't know. He fixes vans anyway, right? So he modifies vans and shit on live feed, but he doesn't really talk. So he'll come, he'll look up at the chat, and then turn around and go and do shit. You know what I
Right.
mean? He doesn't do this shit. So y'all are pretty much the only one I have a chit chat with. But like I said, when I asked you about doing the live thing, when I tap the little circle button on the bottom, it says that I need to do 50 shorts and I need to get or 50 subscribers. Right? So then that's why I asked you the other day
Yeah.
when I had my
So,
phone on and thing, because if
what
like
you
you
got to
guys
do,
can
what I
all,
did was I made a few shorts. What's
but
that?
I gotta have some kind of content that they would want to subscribe to, right? So like to me, I don't have anything that I could do. I mean, I could like draw a picture, right, on live feed and just, but then I would be linked to drawing, right? So like that ain't kind of what I want to do. I kind of want to do not what y'all doing, but what I want to do is like an investigative thing. So I want to expose like for
You
what's
gonna do
his
like
name?
audits or something?
No, I want to do like live feeds. Like you know how they go up to cops and they film cops?
Yeah, like audit to audit.
Yeah, so shit like that. But I ain't gonna just film them because that's gonna be like secret. But what I want to do is question them, right? So like an audit to audit is they walk in the post office and they just film, and then somebody questions them, and then they have an interaction, right? They don't
Right.
go looking for an interaction. Mine is gonna be an interaction. So let's say you're the Department of Health, and I say, hey, my name's so and so. Can I ask you a question? Meanwhile, the phone's in my pocket and they don't know it's on. You know what I mean? Like undercover shit. And I'd be like, hey, how come is it when somebody does something and this happens and this happens, is this the protocol for that? Because from my understanding, this ain't. And the reason why is like I have a big like drawing pad. So you kind of can't see it, but it's really big, right? Like it's like 2 feet tall.
You an art? You draw?
I can draw. I don't draw like I can copy shit really well. I can blow it up or make it smaller. But to do my own shit, it has to be something like a boat, uh, a rooster, some shit like that. I got a couple drawings. I don't remember exactly where they are. Oh yeah, I do. Hold on, I'll give you a second.
Taylor, did you go to bed? I'm getting ready to here in a minute. I'm getting tired. Who is surprised that whoever's still watching to come on and see this type of setup today, dude? What's up, Fook? How you doing, man? How you doing? Were you surprised to see it like this tonight?
All right, I'm back. This is my early shit.
How you doing, though? Alienated said, I'm still watching. Not shit, bro. You enjoy your night? Yeah, man. I enjoyed watching this stuff. I enjoyed watching the stuff. I just am pissed about my phone and shit.
All right, so like this is like I guess the best one, but it's not. I gave one away. So this is. I don't know if you can see that.
Is that a deer?
No, it's a horse. It was supposed to be like a Pegasus.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
So like the 2 feet right here,
Yeah.
and then the body, but I didn't get to finish it. Actually, a Sagittarius, you know, half man, half horse. That's what that's supposed to be. But I gave my other notebook away. I drew a running gazelle. You know what a gazelle is?
Yes.
It's like an antelope, but with a black line that goes through the body. But anyways, yeah, I can draw a little bit. Like nothing special.
So to get
It's not.
to your 50 subs though, I'm getting a little loopy. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is to get to your 50 subs, well, how many you got?
How do I find it?
I don't know. Type it in. Or just go to your like where your last videos you watched, and then hit your avatar, and that'll
Last
pop your channel up.
last video I watched.
Yeah.
I don't know if it will do that.
Is your channel Crazy Joe?
Yeah, it's Crazy Joe 146, I think.
I don't know what I can do with this. Hold on.
Well, I just need to get them to say, okay, you got 50 subs, and then everybody can delete. You know what I mean? Whoever wants to delete it.
Yeah. Well, everybody whoever watches this go sub. But I say make, like you said, you're in chats, right?
Yeah.
So my suggestion for what I did, this was years ago, so it's kind of crazy. It's like, you just meet cool people in chats, just like you did with us.
All right.
Make a fucking couple of shorts,
I have
or
one. I have one subscriber.
make a couple of shorts and tell everybody in the chat and let everybody watch it, and then you'll get them just from that alone.
Yeah.
And then get some people like me when I'm live and I got shit really popping. I'll get people to go over if you need them and whatever. But like
Right.
have a little plan, and you can do it.
Well,
Like
yeah, because like I want to get the cops on film too, right? Because if they threaten to punch me in the face or whatever, tease me, shoot me, whatever, if I'm live, that shit will go viral.
yeah, oh
Like
yeah, for sure. If a
I'm not
cop
trying to go. I'm not trying to go viral. I'm not trying to go viral. I just want to expose them.
this is what'll happen. This is what they do.
Right. Like I say, hey, underneath this law, I can file charges, blah blah blah, and like they'd be like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Now that's a personal choice, right? Because your job as a police officer is to file that report. And then if I go to the DA and I say, hey, listen, I went to the cops and I told them I want to file charges, and then I get them on film saying, oh, but we need a police report. Now you see how that starts to contradict everything? Then I would give that to like the Department of Justice, because I'd skip the FBI altogether. The only person that's left is the Department of Justice. If I called the DOJ and said, listen, or I call a news agency and say, listen, I got the shit from an attempted murder case to criminal fraud, identity theft, and nobody wants to do anything. And on top of that, I got cops that are threatening to disfigure me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to play victimhood. That ain't the fact. The fact is I'm just trying to get shit taken care of, right? Because I believe that I deserve an explanation from a lot of people. I deserve, and I don't even want their apologies, dude. Like their apologies don't mean nothing. Money don't mean nothing to me. It ain't about money for me. The point is that it's accountability and in doing the right thing. So the kid who pushed me in front of a car, he never had to answer for what he did. My mother, who took the money and never pressed charges, needs to answer for why she did what she did. The cops need to explain to me and say, hey, we fucked up. We didn't file a report to charge this kid for what he did, right? And then all the other shit that went along with it. The judge that said, well, Mr. Cavallo, one boy pushed another boy in front of a car. It's just something boys being boys do. No, you need to be brought before the ethics board, because that's unethical behavior as a judge to tell a victim, hey, your life don't mean shit. Somebody kicked you, get over it. Like, what the fuck is that shit? Are you going to tell a chick who got raped, hey, you got raped, get over it. Live your life. Keep going on. Nobody fucking cares about you. No, that's not right. You know what I'm saying? So
if anybody it's not right.
If y'all going to do that to me, they're going to do it to you. They're going to do it to everybody else.
Facts.
Right. You know what I mean? So it all starts somewhere. It starts with one. If they can do it to one, they can do it to many. And that's the argument. So that's what I'm trying to prevent. I count myself as like a freedom fighter almost. You know what I mean? Like I'm willing to take the hit. Like I don't give a shit if they Rodney King my ass. I have no family. Nobody's gonna pay for my funeral. And I don't give a fuck. I already made plans with my friend and his wife. I said, hey, listen, anything ever fucking goes down, start a GoFundMe. I want to be cremated. Split me in half. Take half of me to the mountains. Give the other half to my girl, and turn around and every time you climb a mountain somewhere, because they do a lot of mountain climbing, just fucking take a handful of me and toss me off the fucking side of the cliff. Because the heavy shit will fall and the lighter shit will coast up in the currents of the air system, and I'll float around for centuries.
Hey, man, that's how you feel, man. You know.
Well, I got no kids, so I don't have to worry about that, right? Nobody has to say, hey, how are we going to bury dad? Or, you know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
okay. My mother's not going to pay for the funeral. The bitch fucking stabbed me in the back. So did my sister. They're not going to pay for my shit, which means I'll end up in a pauper's grave. You know what a pauper's grave is? Popper, or pauper. A pauper grave is a poor person's grave, where they stick you in a mass tomb, right? Back in the day, they do it because the ground was frozen. They stick you in a mass tomb, and then once they could dig a hole in the ground, they would put you in like an unmarked grave, right? No headstone, just a number, and you get stuck there. And that's how it was.
Yeah, that's depressing, bro.
Yeah, so it is what it is, dude. I'm not gonna sweat it. You know what I mean? I've lived my life. I did what I wanted to do. I obeyed the law most of my life. The way I see it right now, I don't give a fuck, bro, what happens, because with the whole smoking bit, fucking, I'd be lucky. I'm 52. I'd be lucky to last another 20 years. If I make it past 20 years, it'd be like a fucking miracle. Like, for example, one of the times I would go to the hospital, right? Fucking, even doctor's offices, dude, and it pisses them off because it's funny as hell. Because they tell me, shh, we don't want to fucking upset you, right? So I'd be like, hey, let me tell you a story, right? It always starts like that, guy. Let me tell you a story. And so she's taking my blood pressure, and she's like, shh. Dude, I can make my blood pressure fucking rise. Are you talking? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi is going out. Yeah, I think I'm losing my Wi-Fi.
Well, yeah, I can make my blood pressure rise on a fucking on just a conversation, and that's not good either, because what happens is you can get a heart attack and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
no, you need to fucking relax, dude.
nah, the way I see it, that motherfucker don't get tried. I'm going for him. I already told the DA too. I straight up told the DA, yo, you guys didn't do shit. Round one went to him.
I could never understand that without you telling me your story. I would have never understood it by those texts.
Right. Because that's the whole thing about text and communication. You can't get.
You can't actually, because one, you can't tell the tone of someone's. You
Right.
can't. There's a million different things to text that I would never have even understood it without hearing it, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing of text. You know, you tend to forget. Dave needed this. That's what I think too, brother. Alienated. I'm telling you right now. I think Dave needed this too, bro. He needed to get that out. I think it was fucking therapeutic. I'm glad that we got to have the conversation, because clearly it's very passionate about what the fuck is going on, and I'm glad that we got to you got to share your shit, homie. Dude, like, for real, like, because now you made people aware. Now we know where you're coming from, and yeah, we want you to fight your battle, dude.
Oh hell yeah, dude. But like, like what? I keep forgetting his name. Spark. Like Spark said, you know, he heard me talk about the shit, and it kind of made him feel comfortable because it's something he can relate to.
Yeah.
You know
Sparks,
what I mean?
dude. I know everybody was like, "Oh, I feel bad because Sparks sitting back listening and he came on," but in all reality,
He was listening.
he's a good listener, man. He's a good listener, and I don't think it really. I don't think at all one bit that he was like bothered by it. Does that make
See, I
sense?
talk a lot.
Huh?
I talk a lot, and I'm what you call long-winded. Like for example, if I go to court and the judge says, "Hey, what'd you do yesterday?"
Oh, yeah.
And I'll be like, "Well, I woke up, I brushed my teeth, I got up, I got dressed, I turned around, I went out to the store, bought a pack of smokes,
I had
came
this
back home."
fantastic morning wood, but
That's
regular.
just me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. No, we were just sitting back, letting you vent, brother.
No,
You know,
but
letting you tell
being
you the story.
being told no and like fucking, oh, I got no time for this, because a lot of times I'd ask lawyers at 19, 20, 21, 22, be like, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" They'd be like, "Yeah." I was like, "Hey, when I was fucking 12, as soon as I say that, dude, when I was 12, they'd be like, "Ah, I got no time for this," and they go, "We gotta go," which is a violation of the oath to the fucking the color of law, right? In 18242. So they are obligated by law to report what I just said. For misconduct against the lawyer, misconduct against the police department, and infringements of the constitutional rights against a child, right?
Well,
Because here you have this traumatic thing that happened to a child, and nobody even fucking cares.
I would say keep fighting the good fight. Don't let it die until you feel like you're done. If you're not ready to quit, keep fucking fighting. That's my suggestion, brother. That's
Well,
I'm praying for you and your fight, bro. You know, for real.
well, this is where my next part comes in, right? So, like I was saying before, if my house burns down and I don't pay tax, does that mean you're not going to save my house? Or I get robbed and the cops come and say, "Well, too bad for you. You got robbed. I'm not going to do nothing because I don't pay tax," or "I pay tax. I mean, what's your justification on telling me no?" You know what I mean? Or if I need an ambulance and say, "Hey, I need an ambulance," and they say no. So if you're going to tell me no, then I'm going to tell you no, right? But they don't like that. So the city told me no, that they don't want to prosecute anybody. And see, this is the Mexican standoff. The city used the state to take my license away from me for not paying the sales tax on the truck that burnt down that I owned for 2.5 days. I told them on the first bill that I got, I was still pissed, dude, right? Because I lost all that money and shit. And I was like, motherfucker. My opportunity to get a car, fucking all fucked up, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, you know what? Fucking fuck them. So they sent me a second bill. I mellowed out a little bit, but I was still a little heated. So I was like, okay, motherfucker, we're gonna play. So I wrote a note on it and I said, "Go to hell. I'm not paying this. Do your homework. My First Amendment said so." What I really wanted to say was, "Fuck you, go to hell."
Right.
But I didn't, right? And so they didn't like that very much. City Hall employees out of New Bedford Police, the fire department, the public works, school department, etc. This is what this money is used for. So I went to the police department. They told me no. City Hall wants my money. I told them no. So what they did was that they thought they were slick. They set me up with a deposition that took me 2.5 days to work through with Google. I had 2 tablets going and a telephone, because law is a rabbit hole, dude. You look up one and it leads you to another and it leads you to another. And so it took me 2.5 days to fill out this deposition. And they lied. They just wrote, "Go to hell. I'm not paying this." they left out my First Amendment says so, because the First Amendment says the right to freedom of speech, press, religion, and the right to address grievances against your government. Well, I have a grievance against my local government for not paying my taxes because they infringe upon my 14th Amendment right to not prosecute those who are responsible. So we're in a standoff. But they were slick, the city. They sent a letter to the state that says, hey, listen, I didn't pay my tax bill. You need to take my license away from me. So what happened was they put it in the thing. They took me to court 2 years after my license expired, and then turned around and they pretty much said, look, dude, you got to pay this or whatever. No penalties if I don't, but you got to pay this. I'm like, whatever. So I went out for coffee one Saturday morning at like 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday, and there was this cop sitting on the corner, and I came up the road from the bank. I just went to the bank, and I went up the road, and I went to go hook a left, and there's this cop sitting across the street. But where he's sitting is the town line that divides my city with his town. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, I got a bad inspection sticker and no license. So I was like, whatever. So I put on by him with an exhaust leak, and I keep on going. And I go all the way up the hill, and he never even follows me. And I turn into Dunkin' Donuts, and I get me a coffee, and I go through the drive-thru, and I say, here's the money. And the chick comes to the window and goes, psst, hey. I was like, what? She's like, that guy's eyeballing you over there. So I turn and look. It's a fucking cop, dude. He's hiding on the bushes.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I was like, yo, where the fuck did he come from? Because I looked behind me and he was never there, dude. I'm like, yo. I was like, oh, I got no inspection sticker. She goes, oh, no. I said, yeah, no license either. She goes, oh, no. I was like, she's like, well, I made a sandwich and I fucked up. You want it? I was like, sure, I'll go eat it over there. So I drive out and I park the car. He leaves and goes around the block. I turn around, start the car up, and start hauling ass back to the town line. Because once I cross the town line, he can't come after me. So I'm hauling ass towards the town line, and here comes two cops behind me trying to catch up. I'm like, son of a bitch. So I stop short of the town line, and I pull in. And the first thing he says to me, he's like, hey, don't roll up that window. Now, I opened the door and was rolling up the window so I can get out of the car. And I got my 2 feet on the ground. He's like, you got to stay in the car. I was like, for what? And he's like, oh, license for registration. And then he goes, I know you. I pulled you over a year ago. And you had no license then. And I was like, yeah, so. And then he's like, oh, well, I want to search your car. I said, for what? I was like, I didn't do nothing. He's like, oh. He's like, I want to search your car. I'm going to arrest you and search it anyway. I was like, look, you can't do that, but if you want to do it, go ahead and be my guest. I was like, whatever. And so I turn around. That thing's slagging because I'm not even doing that. And so I was like, you can't do that. I was like, that's the Fourth Amendment. You can't search or seize anything in the car without a warrant. And he's like, oh, I can arrest you and do it anyway. So I was like, look, I'm informing you what your rules are. You want to search it, knock yourself out. I have nothing to hide. He's like, any weapons in the car? I said, absolutely. I was like, it's my girlfriend's car. She got knives, hatchets, all kinds of shit in there. So he's like, all right. So he searches the car. He don't find nothing. Now, he had to have probable cause. If he seen me smoking a joint, if he seen me drinking a beer, if he seen me brandishing a weapon, or he sees me dealing drugs out of the car. Those are the only reasons for him to search the car. He didn't have none of those reasons. I was like, go ahead, knock your socks off. He found a roach, but they didn't charge me with it. I was like, whatever. I called my girlfriend as I was getting pulled over. She's running to come get the car so that they don't have to tow the car, right? And I was like, cool, whatever. And he's like, well, I'm going to serve you papers to go to court. I was like, sure. So I turn around, I go to court. And I was like, that's exactly what I wanted. I went to the magistrate. I informed him about the Fourth Amendment. And he goes, I don't know where you're getting your information, but that's not entirely true. But it is true, because if you read the Constitution states no person shall be searched unless there's a warrant, right? So I was like, whatever. So I was like, I'll take it to trial. So I go to trial, a pre-trial hearing, and the judge goes, well, this ain't a criminal thing. This is what I don't understand. If you know anything about law, maybe you might be able to know, or anybody listening. So He says, I'm not going to give you a lawyer because this is non-criminal, which means you don't have to do no jail time. I said, okay, which is a misdemeanor, basically. So then I said, he goes, do you want to pay this now or do you want to go to trial? I said, I'll go to trial because the city and the state took my license illegally because I didn't technically owe any money. When my truck burnt down, it was $2,000. That was on Friday. On Sunday, when it burnt down, and Monday, when they reopened on Monday, it devalued almost all of it. So the tax that they're giving me is on the value of Friday and not what the value is on Monday when they process the bill. Right? So they're overtaxing me. So I told them, go fuck themselves. I'm not going to pay it. So then they took my license away, and that's how I got caught. But then when I go for the trial with the other judge says, well, I'm going to decriminalize this. How can you decriminalize a misdemeanor? Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, if it's decriminalization, there's no crime. It's not a
Right.
misdemeanor.
So she goes, she didn't ask me about a plea. She goes, I'm going to fine you $100. I didn't say I was guilty and I didn't say I was innocent, but she goes, I'm going to fine you $100. I said, I want to file an appeal. She goes, you need to hire a lawyer. I was like, I want to file an appeal. I'm pro se. She goes, you need to hire a lawyer. So I got to pay $2,000 for a $100 ticket.
Damn it, bro.
I'm not fucking paying that. I Googled it.
Over.
Right, for a $12 or whatever fucking thing.
Yeah, they kept adding more and more court costs when you probably should have just paid the fucking ticket and just
Everybody tells me that, but it's about principle, dude.
I know, but that's what their whole point is going, all right, fucker. You can go ahead and do that. Do it. That's how them little fuckers work.
But I Googled it. You know what I can do? I have 60 days to file an appeal, which means I can go into court today, Monday, and go get the paperwork and go file for an appeal myself. And then get a trial because they're violating my 14th Amendment to the right to a trial. They're not letting me plead my case. They're just finding me guilty. So if I don't pay, they're going to put a warrant out for my arrest.
Dig it.
Then I'm going to have to pay a bench removal fee for the warrant and whatever interest on whatever they're going to fucking charge me. So now instead of 2,700, I had to get a new ID. That's $25. They fined me $100. I'm already at $28.25. If you want to count the bill that I never got back, that's another $40. That's $2,865 that I had to pay already to the system that they just want me to pay. Now, if you wait for your license to expire 2 years after, so you can only, like, let's say you didn't renew your license, right? If you don't renew your license within 2 years of the expiration date, in my state anyway, you have to go and take the permit all over again. You have to go take the driver's test all over again. And you have to go pay for a car rental and all that bullshit.
Yeah, it's fucked.
So now you're looking at like $3,000.
Well, your point. Our government, hey man, hey, do your thing, dude. I'm gonna fall asleep, Tony.
I know. You look like
you,
you're
bro. Alienated, yeah, man. My brain's just fried, and I gotta get up and figure out what the fuck's going on with this shit. So I gotta get my ass to fucking sleep, bro. My eyes hurt like a bitch. Everybody that stuck around, man, it was cool. Love you. Here, I'm gonna do this while I'm on this. While I'm on this fucking thing, 'cause I used to use this all the time.
You're gonna play music?
I'm gonna do outros for us. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get up out of here. I'm tired, bro. So we're gonna feed the ducks. It's my favorite one is feed the ducks. But
Yeah, man, I enjoyed it. I wouldn't mind doing it again. It was fun.
well, man, it was good having you, brother, man. Everybody in the chat. I'm glad everybody stuck around. Hope y'all got to enjoy some talk. Yeah.
If my shit can help anybody, dude, you know what I mean?
For sure, man. Thanks, Tony, man. It was different, right? You weren't expecting to pop in to see this tonight, but hey, man, you know, everything happens for a reason. You know, it's all good, bro.
Yeah.
We'll make it through. We'll get through it. But it was good chopping it up, man, and like, it was good to be able to put a face to a name. And, you know, I'm going to have to do this more often. So all you motherfuckers that are watching right now, because everybody that's watching is just my people. So I made it that way tonight. I just wanted it to be us. Like, I didn't want trolls up in here. I didn't want no bullshit. I just wanted to say just us.
Oh, dude, I love trolls, bro. I love trolling the trolls.
No, I do too. And you know that's what my thing was. But I wasn't in the mood tonight.
No, I know. I get it.
I was ready to just chop it up, or I wasn't gonna go live. You know what I'm saying? So, all y'all get your stories, get your life. I'll start doing it like maybe once a week or every so often. I'll just dedicate a night to where everybody can come through and we can chop it up. So,
well, I mean, if you want to talk about something specific, like if shit goes down and shit, I'm down for that.
Cool, man. Well,
you know what I mean? So that we can have like a big open discussion and shit.
Yeah, man. There'll be days. I'm sure with this summer there'll be a day where we're gonna do something like that. You know, there's a lot of shit going on this summer, bro.
Oh, for sure.
So, yeah, man. So but I just wanted to say goodnight to everybody. Tony Craig and Alienated and whoever else. There's still 8 other people. I'm not really sure who's all in there.
Yeah, I got like 3 of them. Oh, Taylor might still be in there.
But y'all be fucking good, man. I really do appreciate everybody, and this was a different one, man. This was more like a personal one. So I hope everybody enjoyed. Y'all have a blessed night, man. David, bro. Is there anything you want to exit out, my friend?
All right. Later.
Anything you got to say? You good?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks for listening, though. I appreciate it.
All right, man.
Thanks for the help. Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Thanks for thanks for sharing with us, bro. That shit was real.
No problem, man.
We'll do it again, man. So it was real. Everybody, you have a blessed night. Hey, and get ready, everybody, for tonight. Whoever's listening, we're we're going to talk about what happened last night or tonight. It ain't over. So we'll talk, though. But y'all have a beautiful night. God bless y'all. Beautiful day. And I'll see you on the flip side, y'all.
Get some sleep.
Yes, you too, man.
All right, man. Later.
Later, everybody. Good night. God bless. Peace.